Okay, well, welcome everybody to our September 2025 Zoom class. So let me see, actually. So I'm Karen Burniston. For those of you who don't know me, who've not taken a class from me, this is actually my first Zoom class from my new studio in Minnesota. So I've moved from Texas to Minnesota, and we'll see how this goes. I think I've been working really hard on like the camera setup and the lighting and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see how we do here. Okay, let me switch my camera. All right, I'll put it picture in picture for a second, but then I'm gonna turn that off because I don't like looking at my face. All right, so we are going to make two cards. So our first card is going to be the arch that has the balloons on it. So kind of that combination of the arch pop-up and the rainbow add-ons, but not making a rainbow pop-up as you can do with the rainbow add-ons, but actually making the balloon arch and just using these absolutely gorgeous papers from Uniquely Creative. And then we'll take a little 15-minute break between cards, and then we'll go on and do our film strip card. The happy birthday card is the second card. So all you're going to need, if you've done your prep work, which I hope you've done your prep work, and if you didn't do your prep work because you're new this month or whatever, don't leave, hang out. It's cool. You can ask questions, things like that. But you will have to go and go back to that prep work video and get your kits from those bulk materials into those ready to assemble card kits. But the first one we're going to do is going to be the card one. So if you want to dump everything out for that one. So kind of the way this is going to go, since we are in a live Zoom, is we're going to ask you to stay muted throughout class. And if you're new to Zoom, look down at your little microphone. I don't know what device you're on, but there's a little microphone thing and you can like toggle that on and off. But stay muted during class unless you have a question, and then unmute yourself and just call it out. Okay, so the whole beauty of you being here live with me is that you can stop me at any time. So, and liberally do that. We don't want anybody frustrated or left behind or anything like that. You need a little more time. You need me to repeat something, just call it out. And then I'll help you. We have the ability to spotlight you if you're a person that has your camera on and you don't mind being spotlighted. If you do have a problem with something and you want me to look at it close up, we have the ability to put you on spotlight so I can look at your card and say, okay, well, move that thing right there in your right hand a little bit to the right or whatever it is. If you don't feel comfortable with that, that's fine. Still ask the question and I'll try and help you without. Yeah, so all you're really going to need, because you've already done your prep work, is, okay, someone's not muted. Let's get everybody muted here. I don't know how to do that.
Karen, I'll take care of that. But
okay, cool. Awesome.
Heather Springer said that she says you're really bright, and she wanted to know if everybody else can see it that way.
On here is bright?
Yeah, she said it's really bright. I guess she's having a hard time
seeing
some of the detail because it's so bright. I don't know, but that's
right. It looks okay to me.
That's okay. Is that better? I just turn the light off. You have more shadows, but it's less light.
It was fine.
It was fine before.
It was fine?
Yeah.
Okay. It looked okay on my screen, but it could be the brightness on your device if you're on a computer or something. Shoot, I really thought I had nailed it with the.
I think it looks okay on my end.
You did.
You did.
She's
talking about how smart
close
you
to
are.
the camera.
The brighter one looks better to me.
Yeah.
The brighter one looks better to you?
Yeah, that looks fine.
Okay, good. I just wanted to have this open in the box so that we could fix whatever issue there might have been.
Okay. Yeah, no, I do need that feedback though on man, lighting has been like, I mean, even in Texas, lighting was always like the hard thing was to get the lighting right. For the, because I want it to be lit up, but then not too bright. And then sometimes it depends what color, the camera can like really wash things out when it gets white in the thing. So anyway. Let me know if it feels like it's going too bright. We can turn that light off. I mean, I can turn. Let's see, your spotlight lights off. Is that helpful? That might be a little. There, we'll split the difference. We'll leave that one off. That one might help. All right. So all you're going to need to assemble your cards is mainly going to be. This is going to be a scissors and glue class for the most part. So you're going to need your glue. Especially something being able to do a fine line of glue when we get to that film strip, because you're going to want that fine line to get that film strip up and on the arch. If you like the look of inked edges, I did not do very much inking on this first card at all. Really, the only thing I did was ink the edges of this You Brighten My Day with some blue ink. So I used Stormy Sky distress ink, but it could be any blue, or you could just skip that. It was just because it felt like it was white on white. So I thought it needed a little bit of ink. Other than that, I didn't ink anything, but you can ink anything you want. That's all on you. You can absolutely do what you want. It's your card, not my card. All right, I'm going to turn my face off because it annoys me. We're going to get started here. Okay, card number 1. So let's start. We're using the arch pop-up here. We're using the arch and the party balloons and the rainbow add-ons. The only thing we're not using on card 1 is those film or the movie charms.
Someone is still unmuted.
Yeah, someone is unmuted. Let's see.
On the other side.
PADI.
Oh, I think we're good now.
But there.
Okay, so let's open this thing up here. So I'm going to be spotlighted on the screen throughout class. Like I said, you can interrupt me at any time. And I'll show you what to do. There will be some times when I'll just say, okay, we're going to do this, and we're all just going to do it together. And then there'll be other times when I'm demonstrating something where I may say to you, let's just watch me do it first. And then, I'll give you time to do it. So, depends on the task. So the papers that we're using here on the inside of the card are the two that kind of match up when you cut them. Well, they don't totally match up because I think we took out the part in the middle, if I remember correctly. But it's this one where you've got the green and the yellow over here, and you've got the blue flower over here. And what I did to glue these inside my card is I just looked at the outer perimeter and I made that even, okay? And then what that's going to do is it's going to bring those papers a little bit closer to the inside, but it's going to give you almost the same border on the inside. It's just half on one and half on the other, if that makes sense. So if you look at that, it looks pretty even all the way around because these are a little bit closer to the center line. You are welcome to use a tape runner if you're a tape runner type of person. On this, that's just paper to paper. I tend to use my glue for everything. So let's just do this together. Everyone's going to glue their pattern paper inside their card. So I did have to tell the family, because one of the things I really wanted to do in this new office was mount the camera from the ceiling, because it takes up a lot of the old way in Texas. I had it on an overhead mount that was on the table, and it takes up so much room. I always seem to have a little bit of I couldn't put my front camera right in front of me because I had the camera mount there and all this stuff. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna hang this thing from the ceiling, which I did. I'm in the basement. And so then the other thing too is, like, as you're doing stuff like pouncing ink on things and stuff on the table, it doesn't shake your camera because your camera's not attached to the table at all. But the camera's attached to the ceiling. So when somebody's upstairs in the dining room clomping across the floor, they can shake the camera. So I had to go upstairs today and say, okay, everyone, at 11 o'clock, nobody gets to walk through the dining room because you'll shake the camera. So apologies if the camera shakes a bit. So trade-off. Okay. I sure do love these papers. Really been fun. It's fun in this class program to discover, new brands and things. So this is uniquely creative out of Australia. And we do have an Australian store that had made kits for this class too. So, I just heard from them today that they are going to make some kits for October as well. So I'll make sure that's up on our website where you have the link and everything as well. Those of you from Australia. Okay, if you have your paper in, then the only thing we're going to do on this card then before we move on to getting our arch and stuff put together is we're going to find the spot where we're going to attach it. So for this card, I did put it in your handout. Let me see, let me remind myself. Okay. Oh, I guess I just said about a ½ inch down from the pattern paper. On the second card, I gave you a more precise measurement. But we want to find this spot right here. this spot at the corner of the arch. And that is 2 inches off the center fold. And I guess I'll just take my thing. That looks about 1 inch from the top of the card. So 1 inch from the top of the card and 2 inches from the center fold. We want a little pencil line on our card so that we know where to put that arch. So what I would suggest is put your 2-inch mark on your center. And let's see, that ends up being, I'll tell you where that is. Is there a little, yeah, see this little center of that flower right there? That seems to be about-ish. So if you kind of use the top of that little flower center, you go 2 inches and just give yourself a little pencil line. You can erase it, so it's fine. And then go like this and go, oh, I guess I have to come up from there. About 1 inch down. Okay. I've been doing a lot of measuring on my walls for like hanging things. I've become really proficient with the double measuring, measure one way, eye it, and then move it. So you're looking for a pencil line. The important measurement is 2 inches off the center fold. This measurement is less important. It's just about having it land in kind of a pleasing spot. Sorry, I need my camera a second there. Oh, it's been doing that lately. I'm not sure why. Okay, hang on a second. There we go. All right, I'm going to go slowly down, slowly. Okay. You want to leave yourself enough room that you've got room to hide that arch in the closed position. Okay, so that's kind of why hitting that, about 1 inch down from the top of the card is a good spot. And you need just a little pencil line there. All righty, and then we can set this aside. Once you got your 2-inch, 1 inch, you can set that aside. And now I'd like you to find all the pieces of your arch. Now, I owe an apology right at the top too, because I know at least one store I made a mistake in the kitting instructions because I asked them to include a half sheet of just some sort of lightweight white cardstock for us to build rainbows on, but I put the measurements in for a 1/4 sheet. So that was on me. So anybody that got a 1/4 sheet of white cardstock in their kit instead of the half sheet, that was absolutely my error. I really apologize. But the plain white the arches that we cut, those are only used to back rainbows. So if you want to, in some of those, you may even have your tabs cut off in some way because we're only using those to build rainbows. So the first thing I'd like, and if you didn't have enough white cardstock to do 6, what I told you in prep work is like, we'll just use any kind of scrap. It could be anything, but you'll never see it. But I do want us to locate the 6 plain arch pieces that are used for backing rainbows so that we don't get confused and use those on our pop-up arch. So you should have 6. Like I said, they might be white if you had enough white, or they might be whatever you chose to do. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're going to set those aside. And then I want you to find the arch pieces that are actually made out of pattern paper. Okay, so the pattern paper arch pieces are the ones we're looking for our pop-up. Get white or silver for card 2. For card 2. Okay, well, we got multiple stores here on the thing, so let's, email me after let me know whose kit it was, but don't do that in the chat. We'll talk after. Okay. So you are looking for 7 pieces. So this is all 7 pieces out of the arch die, and you may find that the colorful side is easier to find those pieces, but we are going to be assembling it with the lighter side up on all 7 of those pieces. So if you have not put the arch together before, you are now looking at every single piece that this die set cuts. Okay, so it only has 6 dies in it. This one cuts a double, so 6 dies gets you 7 pieces. And you only need 1 of each to assemble this arch. So it's nice. It's just kind of like an all, create that generic arch, and then you can decorate it with other dies or, stamps or embellishments or whatever you want. But we're going to start with the 2 pieces that make the arch. So these pieces are mirror image from each other. And what you're going to notice about them is that one end has like a corner, see that corner? It almost comes to a triangular corner. And then on the right piece, this end has a tapered tab. So there's a score line right there. Notice this one just ends bluntly and does not have a tab. So it is that tapered tab that connects the two halves of the arch together. Okay, now I did notice in a class I was teaching that somebody got a little confused and they connected like they used the other tab to connect them together. That's not a good idea because it won't work. So on the other end, you do have tabs, but they're that weird shape. Like, you know, they're not a trapezoid. So the one that's the trapezoid, that's the tapered tab. And that's the one that is used to connect those two arch pieces together. Okay, and we are going to do that. That's going to be our first step. So here on this tapered tab that's on the right arch piece, we're going to add some glue, and then we're going to glue that behind the other arch piece to create that full arch. And then on each end of the arch, we're going to have that little tab that folds under. Okay, so I would recommend glue for this. It is going to be interesting now that I'm in a different climate and at a different elevation, if I find there's differences in how the adhesives work, you know. In Texas, being in that really humid climate, you know, I just always used glue for everything, because even the red liner tacky tape and the really strong tapes they just wouldn't hold, you know, over time. And maybe that's different here, but I'm still probably just going to be a glue person. Okay. So while you're gluing that together, I will say, if you did not have enough white or any white at all, as it looks like somebody didn't have any white at all, you can literally use any of the scraps that are left over from this kit, something that you don't plan to use. You can use anything that's in your scrap bin. You can use like paper out of your printer. Like you can use, you know, text weight paper. All these 6 little arch pieces are to back the rainbows, because we're going to pull those rainbows apart into individual stripes, and we're going to build those on those pieces, and they are going to completely cover it. So you will never see this piece, and those rainbows are not even on the pop-up. They are glued down flat. So you will never, ever see. I mean, if you've got an ugly piece of bright yellow cardstock that you don't think you're ever going to use, you know, use that. So I apologize if some of the kits didn't have enough of the lightweight white in them. That was certainly my error. Karen says I was given no white, but I was awash in white cardstock of all weights. Yeah, so I'd say I'm helping you use up your scraps. So did I have many scraps? Paper normally isn't an issue. Yeah, I know y'all. For me either. One thing I did do in this new office that I will take a picture of and show y'all later is I had 20 drawers built just for scraps, because I use scraps all the time. And so then I just have those all like color coded and stuff. And it's just part of my favorite thing to have those scrap drawers. All right, so we are actually, once you get it to this point where you have this arch and it's got these little tabs at the bottom, it's actually ready. We can go ahead and put that in the card. We can build that in the card. And the thing that's going to hold that arch to the card is going to be those 2 base tabs. So those fold under. So you're folding basically orange to orange, or you know, white to white over here. And it is those base tabs that are going to glue inside the card. And what we're going to do is we're going to glue the left side on first, because that's where we have the pencil line. So what we'll do is we'll add our adhesive here on the base tab so that we can fold it under and it'll stick, right? So the adhesive will go here on the front of the tab, we'll fold it under and it'll be sticky on the bottom. And then we're going to line up that inside corner with that pencil line we made, okay? So what we're looking to do is to have this distance to that corner be 2 inches off the fold, and this top edge be straight. So you can always build the arch all the way up to the top of the card. That gets you the most room for embellishments because of where it ends up in the flat position. But if you want to come down into the card, you're welcome to do that. Just try and keep that top edge straight, if that makes sense. So try not to let that be crooked. Okay, as you slide down to your pencil line there, try and just give it a visual and say, okay, does this look even, you know, straight with the top of the thing. Tina says, when the arch is flat, should it be a bit wonky? Yeah, it's a bit wonky. It's a bit wonky because it's built for popping up. So, it's not gonna be as, pretty in the thing. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna put my adhesive all over this left side tab. Okay, and I'm gonna flip it over. I'm gonna take that inside corner. I'm gonna go right there to that pencil line, and I'm gonna look at the top edge of my tab and see that I think it's it's straight, it's horizontal. Like this. Marina says, that sounds like a dream for scraps. It really is. So I had at my old office, I had Alex carts from IKEA. So I had started, I had the drawer thing. I had 2 of them. And, but those drawers were really kind of big. I had multiple colors in each drawer. And the only thing about the Alex carts is the bottom of them is like that, well, it's not solid wood, right? So it's like that kind of particle board stuff. And it's only held in with this like really small ledge. And I'm sure probably YouTube is awash with ways that you can strengthen those up, but I never did. So some of my drawers would kind of warp and stuff. So it was like when this office was built, I was like, oh, I'm gonna, put some real nice solid wooden drawers to hold those scraps. So, all right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna attach this tab over here. And what we don't want to do is guess. We don't want to guess where it goes because you may not guess in the correct position. You might say, oh, that looks about right there. And then you go to close it and it pops it right off the card because it can't close. So we want to let the card tell us where to put it, which is why we didn't have to measure over here. We're just going to fold in the middle of that arch. And then that's going to bring this other half on top of this one. Now, you can see that when I put my tab together, oh, I'm a little off. See, I didn't get it perfect right there. So mine isn't sitting directly on top of this one. Normally it would. I might be able to kind of just move it over and kind of give myself a new fold, which I think I will do. But it's not super important that it's like exactly over the top of the other one because you don't really see it in this flat position. You only see it when it's open. So of much more importance than this being directly over the top of the other one is that it folds nice and flat. Okay, so it's in this flat position. So that is much more important than it being exactly precisely on top of the other one. All right, now what's going to happen is we're going to put our glue all over this tab. Okay, and we'll just close the card. And then that will just attach it over here exactly where it needs to be to both pop up and pop down. So glue goes here on top of this tab. Are you with me so far? You can be doing this at the same time or you can watch me first, doesn't matter. Glue on top of that tab, close the card. Okay. And then I would just open it slowly, maybe even put your thumb in there on that tab as you open it that first time. Okay. You can open it all the way up and you can push down like this, which is a great idea. Get a good open on that arch. And that's really all there is to that pop-up. Well, we have extra platforms to add to it, but the platforms are optional. So if you were doing a rainbow card, you would then just start decorating that as the pop-up, maybe with your rainbow add-ons. You can see it's a working pop-up just with the 2 pieces. Just the 2 pieces makes a working pop-up. And then everything that we add from here is optional. So since we last joined together on Zoom, I had the opportunity to teach a few in-person classes, which was super fun. So I went to Caitlin's Crop in Texas and taught in July. Taught an arch card, actually, a balloon arch card. And then I went to Paper Ganza in Kansas City. And that was a great event. That was their first time doing it. It was amazing. That was really fun. It's fun to get out and teach in person. Okay, how did everyone do with getting their arch done? Does anybody need me to slow down, repeat anything? Is everyone's good with how to pop-up arch? Okay. All right, nobody's speaking, so I'm assuming we're okay. Oh, cool, yeah. That was so easy. It was Becky, wasn't it? Oh, cute Becky. I didn't see you on the morning thing. All right, let's talk about these two pieces that cut in the same die. I think the die cuts them in this orientation, meaning, you know, like I think that's how they are on the die, but how they actually end up in the card is the opposite way. And the way you can tell is as you're looking at your pieces and you have the bulgier side up, there's a smooth side, meaning it just, you know, it curves and then just it's smooth all the way down. And then over on this side, it has kind of like a little crook, you know, like a little corner right there. Okay. What's really important with these lower platforms is that this smooth side is towards the inside of the card. Okay. And that's only because of how these slots are created. We've got to put these in so that after it's in, the two slots come together like a pie piece. And if we were to put the wrong one in, the bottom platform would work, but the slots would all be going parallel and they would never come together. And so we wouldn't be able to put the next platform on. So that's why it's important that when you're putting these platforms on, that you put the smooth side towards the inside of the card. So that means that this one is the left one. And if you want to even label your tab at the bottom, you're going to glue it down anyway, so you'll never see it. So here we've got left and right. Okay, now I'm wondering too, I might pop that light off just for this part because it does seem like that's a little bright. Just for this part, I think I'm gonna pop that light off. I think with this white paper, it might be easier to see. All right, so there are only two folds in these. Where that little corner is right there, that there's a fold, a horizontal fold across the piece. Okay, even if you can't see it because we use pattern paper, it's there. Okay, you can pinch and you'll find it. So it's right where that little corner is. And then there is a fold down here next to that tapered tab, and that also folds to the back. So you've got basically two mountain folds. There is no fold up here where the notches are. Okay, and we're gonna do the same thing with the right one. Okay, so to find the center fold, just look for that little corner right there. That's where it is. It's horizontal. You'll feel it. Even if you can't see it, you'll feel it. Okay, and then there's a little tab at the bottom. Oh, Anne Marie says, I did a workshop with the arch pop-up at a show in the Netherlands. Oh, I hope it went well. I love this arch pop-up because it's just so generic. I mean, it doesn't really have any theme whatsoever, and it's like really simple. You know, it's a super simple assembly. Even you're going to find adding these platforms is easy as well. It's not hard. Really, honestly, probably the toughest part is just making sure that you always have a smooth side in. You know, figuring out which one's the left and the right would be the only thing. All right, once you've got those folds done, we can go ahead and add these to the arch now. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this bottommost slot in the arch on each side to get this notched tab through. So it's going to be too wide. Those of you who kind of follow the brand, you know that there are times when I'm able to make slots and tabs where you can wiggle it through. This one's not one of those. This is one of the ones where you have to fold in half, okay? So by fold in half, I mean, and it doesn't matter which half, but you just need to fold that tab next to that notch to make the rest of it fit through that slot, okay? So I like to do just one half, and I just give it a little generous fold there, okay? Then I hook it through, and then I unfold on the back side, okay? So just like that. So now here's that little tab through that bottom slot, okay? And that platform's just hanging there. And you can go ahead when you're done with that one, do the same thing with the right one, which I'm about to do. Okay, so fold in half, doesn't matter which half. And you can be generous with that fold. In other words, you can see I'm just folding it, you know. And then you may have to pinch it, you know, to get it to wiggle through so that it doesn't catch, and then just unfold. And I would go ahead and just give it a little visual. Make sure that you put those on the right side because it's utterly reversible. You can unfold, you know, you can fold it again, pull it back out of there and swap them if you need to. Take a look at your slots. So the slot that's in the one you just added and the next slot up the arch, do those look like they come together like a piece of pie? And if they do, then you've done it correctly, okay? Amy says it's now freezing for me. Is anybody else having their stuff frozen?
No.
No. I've got a really good internet connection right now. Let's see.
Not freezing here either.
Okay, so then I don't think it's me.
It's
I don't
not
think it's
you.
me, no. Okay.
Everything.
I did think about that. I was like, what happens if my internet goes out? You know, like I'm thinking like when we get into the winter and all that stuff, and I'm like, I hope it all works out. Yeah, I am on Wi-Fi. I could take the Wi-Fi off, but I don't think it's me. But yeah, and you may have to rejoin, but we'll let you back in. All right, so now that we've got this in, we're going to use that little tapered tab, and that's what's going to be glue this down to the card. And once again, we don't want to guess. We want to make sure we put that in a spot where that pop-up can close down flat. Okay, so the way we do that is we just lift this platform up and just lay it against the arch so that we can see the little tapered tab. So see, it's standing down here. We're just going to use that center fold to bring it up and let it just lay against the arch. All right. And you're going to see that you have wiggle room. Look at all that wiggle room. And I'm here to tell you, as long as this is flat against the arch when you attach the tab, the wiggle room is up to you. You get to choose your location. And you know, this one we're completely covering it with balloons, so it probably wouldn't matter that left to right matches, you know what I mean, in its location. But if you do want it to match, I think the easiest place to lay it so that you can make a match is just have the corner against the edge of the arch. So if you look up here, if you're not looking up here, I'm going to start over again. Here's my platform down here. I'm going to use the center fold. I'm going to bring it up so that it lays flat against the arch, and I'm going to put the little corner right against the edge of the arch. And the only reason for that is because it's really super easy to duplicate on the right side. So if I just choose a spot like this, I'm going to say that's my spot. Okay. Now here's where it gets a little fiddly. I'm going to change hands. I got to hold it in that position while I add my glue just to that little tapered tab that I labeled with an L. Okay. Now if you're a sloppy gluer, maybe you want to put a little scrap paper or a Post-it note or something in there. Let's see. As you could just go like this, you know, so that it doesn't squish out past your tab. But you're going to put a little glue on that tab. Oh, sorry, give me a second. It'll come back. There we go. All right, and take that out. All right, and we're not going to let it just flop down. We're going to let the card tell us where it goes. So if you watch up here, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep holding it. I've got glue on my tab. I'm going to take this right side, and I'm going to start closing the card as I bring the arch forward. Okay, so I'm closing the card as I bring the arch forward. And when I get to about 90 degrees, I've got enough play in it where I can actually just push that down, you know, so that it actually attaches to the card. Or you can close the entire card and give it a push in the closed position. Either way, it's fine. You just have to close the card enough that you can, you know, give some pressure against that tab and have it attached to the card. So you can see it attached right in there. I can even put my finger in there and hold it that first time that I open it. Okay. Once it's open, I can do the same thing that I've done on the arch. I can actually give it a good press in the open position. Okay. There it is. Is that a question for me? Can't tell someone's unmuted. I can't tell if that's a question for me or not.
You are.
Maybe not.
I'm not a little bit tough.
Let's see. Oh, it's gone. Okay.
I put temporary tape on my thing to hold it on the arch if somebody's having trouble holding.
Well, now isn't that a smart idea? Who was it who gave us that tip?
Heather Springer.
Heather, I love it. Let's see, where's my temporary tape? Let's see. I think I had it on the other side. Crap, that is a great idea. I'll demonstrate that because that's an awesome idea that I never even thought about. Okay. So Heather says, here's another idea. Take your temporary tape and just hold it against the arch to give yourself, okay. So we're gonna do the same thing on the right side. We're gonna lift it on the center fold. We're gonna bring it up to the arch and we're gonna hold it against the corner of the arch if you want it to match the one you did on the left side or whatever spot you chose, but I'm gonna do corner of the arch. Heather suggests that you could just use some temporary tape to hold that against the arch so that you don't even have to hold it, which I think is brilliant. You can, again, put your little protective scrap of paper in there if you need to add adhesive to your little tab. Okay, and then the idea is close the card. Ooh, that's really easy, Heather. That's super easy. I don't even have to hold it. Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, but then you've got to get the tape off, you know what I mean, before you open it. So that is one thing. You're going to have to reach in there and get the tape off. Oh, mine just kind of popped off. This is temporary. And that's it. That's it. Like I said, this is an easy pop-up. Super easy. And you can be done. I mean, not for this class, but you could be done. Like when you're using this arch pop-up in your future cards, it could be that you're really just using it as a generic platform. You're building a scene or something on it. And maybe you want to build part of your scene out here. Let's say you were doing a Halloween arch and you wanted to put a tree out here and then you were, you know, putting some things back here. I think I actually just previewed one of the design team's cards that I know where that came to mind because someone just did that. So anyway, wait till the designer challenge. You'll see a cool card with that idea. But you don't have to use all the extra platforms. And I was looking for a card that Nikki made because I think on this one she did that. So this is a best wishes card where she did not use the middle platform that we're about to add. She just used that bottom platform to put her little topiary trees on, and then she used the bridge platform in the back, but she didn't use the middle platform. So you do always have that option when you're using your arch for different things. You just explore that. The only thing that you can't use independently is you can't use the middle platforms without the bottom ones because the tabs are these slots are what hold it on there. So you have the option to use the bottom ones on their own. You have the option to use the bridge platform on its own, but the elbow ones, you've got to have the bottom one on to use them. All right, so speaking of those elbow platforms, okay, there is only one fold in these and it's right up the middle. So you just fold it. In my case, I folded it with the more colorful side to the back. In that respect, it doesn't really matter. So one nice thing about the elbow platforms is as long as you put them on elbows out, it doesn't matter. In other words, they're the same top and bottom. So there isn't a right side, left side one. They can go on either side. You just have to do them elbows out. Okay, that's the only rule. But there's no, you know what I mean, up or down. All right, now how are we going to attach those elbow platforms to the thing? We're going to do the same thing. We're going to fold in half the tab. In this case, you'll have to do it on both sides, the top and the bottom. Okay, and you're going to get one through that slot and one through that slot. Might be easier to do the one on the bottom first. I think maybe get that one through, reach in, unfold. Okay, then do this one. Reach back, unfold. Okay, so elbows out. And then do the same over here. You can see too that we're building this arch out of pattern paper, not only because it's beautiful, but because it's lightweight. The arch does not need a heavyweight cardstock. And what happens when you build it out of a heavyweight is it works, but it gets real thick real fast because everything that you put on the arch gets piled up into the same location in the closed position. So the more that you can use your lightweight materials, the more mail friendly, that meaning the postal service mail, that's going to be. It's still going to be pretty thick. Even this one's going to be a little bit thick, but it's going to be, more manageable than if you built everything out of like a heavyweight cardstock, and then you'd see that it would be something like this. Okay, so lightweights. Is everybody doing okay? Is anybody, I mean, I can tell it's an easy pop-up because there hasn't even been one single question. Not a single person. And I do think I'm still challenging someone again. I think I'm previewing stuff that the design team is doing, but I do think it looks like a little sassy monster. Like he's got his little elbows out, and here's his eyes, especially when we put these through. So I was thinking, like the graduation elements that has that art, or that what's it called? The banner could be like little teeth, and you could use like the curved edges with the grass, and that could be hair. I'm telling you, it could be a really cute monster. All right, bridge platform is the last one. Now it only has one fold up the middle. Because it is going through from behind the arch, if you want to be consistent in your coloring, you would want the white side forward. But it doesn't really matter. It could be the darker side forward, but you're going to fold valley style, meaning you're folding towards yourself on this one. And that is because those are going through those holes, not from the front of the arch, but from behind the arch. So you're trying to have the same color forward that you do on the rest of the arch. Once again, you're just going to fold in half that tab. Okay, on each side. It's going through from behind the arch. So just lift that up, get that through and unfold. That through and unfold. Okay. That'll make the cute eyeballs of the sassy monster. And that is it. Okay, party balloons is next.
Can we just have a minute? Because fiddly.
Absolutely.
A little bit fiddly here.
Absolutely. You need help? You're good? Just,
I know what I'm doing. Yeah, it's
finger
it's,
fiddly time
yeah, it's just fiddly. Get the elbow.
to get
right
the elbow
here.
through.
Yeah.
Now, while you're doing that, I will say too, explore when you go to make this again, maybe it's easier for you to attach the middle one to the bottom one before you put, you know what I mean? Like you could explore that, because then that would already be put together, and then you just raise it up and, attach your bottom one and then put your last tab through. So you can kind of do it in a whatever order you think is good.
And so the back one is from the tabs will show in the front.
Correct. The tabs for the bridge platform will end up in front of the arch. Those are what we use to add those little 3D balloons to our sculpture. So those get attached just to those little tabs that are coming through. And then we can also decorate the bridge platform in the back just for a fuller arch. So what I like about the bridge platform is it balances the visual weight a little bit of all this stuff coming out to the front of the arch. You have a little bit coming out on the back of the arch too. So it just makes for a fuller arch. Absolutely optional as far as that goes. You don't ever have to use the bridge platform, but it's there as an option. I was looking to see while you guys are finishing that.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Oh, I was looking for the other die that we offer that's balloons. So we already had, when we did the arch, I knew that I wanted to have balloons on it, but we actually have another balloon die. It's called Balloon Collage Add-ons, and it came out at the same time as our heart collage. And it does have some little 3D balloons in it, and some different flat balloons as well. And I thought, well, maybe we'll just use that one. But one thing that I always found with that one is that the size difference between the biggest balloon and the smallest balloon, I always wanted something in the middle. I found that every time I was using that other balloon die, I was like, oh man, it's missing some sizes. And so what I tried to do with party balloons was fill in. So this does not duplicate balloon collage add-ons, other than the 3D balloons. So the 3D balloons that are in this set are the same in both those sets. And that way, if you end up combining them together, if you have both sets, because you want all those different sizes. Yep. Hello?
Karen,
Uh-huh.
here's the one set you were talking about. Varela. I don't know if you can see it.
Let's see. I can only see a couple people at a time. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one. So between the two sets, the only thing that duplicates is the 3D balloons. And my thought process there was they were going to be so close in size anyway that I didn't like the idea that people might mix the two sets together, for a card, like I did for this caterpillar. And then they're trying to figure out which slotted balloon goes with which notched balloon to make the 3D balloons. I figured, you know what, that one, it's better if they're all the same size. So in party balloons, the only ones that duplicate that other set are the 3D balloons. And that way you can cut those 3D balloons a lot faster, and you never have to worry about matching up which notched one goes with which slotted one, even if you mix the two sets together. But all of the rest of the balloons do not duplicate. And so those of you who own balloon collage add-ons, what you'll find is when you go to make your balloon arches with both sets, you have lots of sizes, and it's really fun to have all those sizes, to really make those fun balloon cards. All right, so let's talk first about the 3D balloons. So when you're looking through all the balloons that you cut, let's find the ones that have slots and notches. And that is, I think you have 3 of them. So you have a pink, purple, and yellow. Okay. And I think everything else is flat balloons. Yeah. Okay, so these are really easy, to get together. It is where I cut mini balloons and I'd forgotten I had this die set. Yeah, I know. It's really similar to what we just did with all those tabs. It's just that the tab is down here next to the notch. So right next to the notch at the bottom, if you just fold up 1/2, that will get you to be able to get that balloon through and seat that notch through the slot at the top, and you'll be able to slide the bottom through the slot and unfold. Okay, so you may have to hold it in place as you do, but you'll be able to get it through and unfold. Okay, so balloons are real easy. The 3D balloons are real easy to put together. If you got to get the top in first. So if you tried to do it, where you got the bottom in first, you'd have to do a whole bunch of folding, right? Or you'd rip the balloon trying to wiggle that through. But if you get the top in first, then you only have to fold up the little area of the stem that's next to the notch, slide it through, and unfold. Okay. And that's true either die set that you would be using. If you were using that balloon collage add-ons, it's the same. So you get the top seated, fold up that little tab, slide it through, oops, and unfold. And I think it's been a while since I did the assembly video for the balloon collage. I mean, for the arch. I think I maybe that was in a class. Did I show how you can make a triple? There is another way that you can use these. So with the doubles, meaning that you just one notch balloon and one slotted balloon, you get the full swing, meaning when the card opens, it swings all the way open like this. Sometimes that creates catch points in cards that you're making that just annoy you. And so there's another way that you can make it by using 2 notched balloons and 1 slotted, and you fold, and like basically it makes it a triple. So, and then it doesn't open as far. So those can, so you get a little bit of motion, but you don't get the full swing. And we didn't do that on this card, but that is an option as well. And I think that might be covered in the assembly video, but can't remember. But we have room to do a full swing 3D balloons on this one. And yeah, so once you get your 3D balloons together, we're going to start decorating this arch. And what we're going to do is we're going to focus here in this center section up here where the 3D balloons are going to go, because we want to get those on before we move out here to these flat balloons. And the reason is because these flat balloons out here on these platforms are going to have to slide in and find a closed position with those 3D balloons. So take a look here. If you're not looking up here, I got a balloon out here on my middle platform that as I close it, it hits that 3D balloon, okay? And it closes the 3D balloon and it finds that flat position. You can create a catch point with this if you move it too far in or, you know, the wrong angle. So we'll have to explore location on this one when we get to it. So it's better to get these guys on first. So yeah, what I glued a piece. Yeah, I think, Julie, I think you're right. I think I did do something in a video. Sorry, I was looking at the chat, you know. In one of the videos, I showed something like that where you, where it doesn't open as far. Now this pink one doesn't have any swing to it, but it is going to be a 3D balloon because what we're gonna do is we're gonna glue the back half of it, one to one side of the arch and one to the other side of the arch. So it doesn't swing, but it does open. You know what I mean? Because when it comes up, it'll come up like that. Before we can get that pink one on, we have to do all of the flat balloon decoration behind it. Okay, so I think that's where we're going to start. Now, I'm going to say you all can make creative choices. I am not the boss of your card at all. I'm going to follow mine so that I have another original that matches the handout, but you can make creative choices as much as you want. What I want to do is I want to put a couple balloons in the middle of the arch where the tails are hanging down. Then I'm going to put a couple smaller balloons like a star and a round and, you know, a star and a round on either side up here. Then I can glue my pink one on over the top. Okay, so if you want it to match mine, I'm going to start looking for those balloons. So I've got big green, so that you've got large balloons and you've got large stitched balloons, right? So the largest balloon does not have stitch marks. So I'm looking for big green and big whatever bluish pattern you have. It may not be exactly like mine because you guys got choices as to where you die cut those. Okay, so big green and big pattern blue are what I'm going to use hanging down off the center section. Above that, I'm going to do round, is that purple? Yeah, I think that's round purple pattern, a yellow star, a round purple, and then a patterned pink. Okay, or whatever you got, a patterned star if you have a patterned star. Maybe I don't have a patterned star. I have this patterned star. Might be my pattern star. Doesn't look like I got one in the pink area. Okay. Well, yeah, I made different choices. So that one's going to be my pattern star. So we've got big green, blue, big blue pattern, small purple, round, yellow, if you want it to match mine. Okay, so we're going to start putting those on. So my suggestion as you decorate your arch is that you put your glue on the arch and then stick the balloon to it. And that way anything that's hanging off the edges doesn't have glue behind it because you don't want to create, you know, something that sticks your card closed. I wonder if we want that light back on or not. I see a lot of shadows, but we'll see. Hang on. Oh, too bright, right? Well, we're good. We're good. We're gonna leave it off. Okay. So I did like this, you know, so I put glue here and here. Okay, and I took my big green and I just basically found a spot where it was between the center and that tab and hanging down into the opening. And then I did the same with the blue over here. So I'm trying not to cross the center fold because I want to be able to put that pink balloon over the top. So in other words, I don't want any edge of the balloon to go past the center fold, and I really don't want the edge of the balloon to trip up my tab either. So that may set your height. You may have to go a little lower to avoid your tabs. Okay, and then above big green, I'm going to put some glue for 2 balloons up here. Okay, and I'm going to put that yellow star. You can decide which one overlaps the other. I'm gonna try and avoid putting anything over the fold here so I can still put that pink balloon on. So a little bit of that star popping out, you know, over the fold above it, that wouldn't matter. But right here where I want to put that pink 3D balloon, I'm trying to save myself the space for it to glue to both sides, if that makes sense. Okay. And then I'm going to put that little purple one up here. And again, it doesn't matter which one overlaps the other. I wish that would focus better. And then on the other side, and I mean, really too, you know, y'all can tune me out and just decorate your arch, especially after we get through these 3D balloons. You know, it absolutely does not have to match mine. Okay. You might want to check too, especially if you're having things hang up, that you keep it in the card. You know, I think you've got plenty of room, but just close that card up before it sets up too much, you know, where you can move it if you need to.
Karen, can you hold it so we can see where that purple one is in accordance to that tab? Okay, thank
Yeah, I
you.
just went above it, like, let's see,
Okay.
like that. As long as your tab isn't impeded in any way, it'll be fine. It doesn't. And you can certainly like see how my star is overlapping my purple one. I mean, if you want a little more stability, you can always go in and add a little glue between the layers, you know what I mean? So that is actually attached to that purple balloon if it was, or not, because it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's, you know, as long as it's holding on there, it's fine. All right, we're gonna do 3D balloons. So here's what I find about the ones that are attached to the tab. I find that if you attach, you're only going to attach one back section to the tab. So this yellow one is the one I use. No, I guess I used that on the right. I mean, on the left. Okay, let's say a purple one, I used it on the right. Okay, so I figure out, I'm looking at it and I figure out which side I think is the prettiest, you know? So I can see the stitch marks are the prettiest or whatever. And then I hold that back left section because that's the one that I want to attach to that tab, okay? And what I'd like to do is tilt that balloon so that it's kind of falling open as the card opens. So let me show you what I mean. So when I attach that back section to that tab, in the open position, see how my balloon is kind of tilted outwards like this. It's tilted, kind of almost in line with the arch, you know. Same with the yellow one, it's tilted out that way a little bit. I just find that they work a little better that way. Now, here's what I find is the easiest way to attach it. Okay, everyone's looking up here if you want to see this. Okay. So where I need the glue is on that little tab that's coming through, just that little tab there on the front of that tab. Okay. Right there. Can everyone see where that glue is? All right, then I'm going to take that purple one, and it's that back section that I want to attach to that tab, and I kind of want that balloon to be tilted outward. What I like to do is pinch it on there by pinching the other section behind it. See what I'm saying? I just kind of pinch it on there, and then I can still open it back up to, you know, where it's supposed to be. I'm just using that other balloon to help me put pressure against it, if that makes sense. But it's just that one section that's attaching to that tab. Okay, and you can see that balloon will open. And then you got to close it and see what happens. And it's okay if it gets caught a little bit on this middle platform right now, because once we add the balloons, that should fix it. So if, you know, if you're finding that it's like mine is like going against it and then it's, you know, it's making it wiggle, but as long as it doesn't trap it in any way, as long as it opens, it'll be fine. See if I can find it there. You see that? That's where that purple balloon is attached to that tab. And you're going to do the exact same thing in reverse for the yellow one over here. Okay. So if you need another visual of a 3D balloon going onto a tab, I'm going to do that now. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Over here on the left-hand side, the adhesive is going to go on top of that tab. Okay, I'm going to take my yellow 3D balloon and look at it and figure out which side I think is the prettiest. And I'm going to grab, in this case, I'm going to give it a second. Okay, I'm going to grab that back right section. That's the section that I want to attach to the tab. But I'm going to pinch the 3D balloon around that tab such that the section I want is attached to the front of it, and then it will just fall open. And again, well, I want a little straight up and down. Let's see if it's going to work. Okay, it is. Generally, I like to be a little bit further tilted out like I did with the purple. But it's on there and it's working. So I think I'm going to call it good. Not going to move it. But in general, I kind of like to have them a little bit more tilted outward. There's a, is that helpful? Now, I will tell you, you can certainly put 3D balloons elsewhere on your pop-up. Not on this class, we're just going to do the 3. But like, here's the one for packaging. And you can see that I used a 3D balloon here and in the center like we did, but then I used one down here on this one. I have one here, but I trapped it like we were talking about. It was bothering me, so I didn't let it swing open. This one looks like another 3D one where I just didn't let it swing open. So you can put them other places on your card. They're just the most susceptible to catch points, you know, because they have to move. So as they open and close, they might find a friend in a position that's not very helpful to you. So I thought we would do essence of 3D balloons on this balloon arch and not frustrate people. Our final 3D balloon is going to be the pink one. Once again, I would look for the pretty side forward. And in this case, we're going to glue both the back sections to the arch, one on one side of the fold and one on the other, okay? So, and it doesn't really matter where along that it goes, you know, how far up or whatever. So just to your liking. So probably on this case, I would put the adhesive on the back of the pink balloon since you know it's all going to get glued down. So the back 2 sections, got a visual up here if you need it. Back 2 sections. Okay. And then I just want to hold that over that center. Those back 2 sections are going to glue down. And then you can check if you got it nicely lined up with the fold by just closing it. Because if you didn't, if you got it really off crooked or whatever, it would tell you. It would tell you by not closing down nice and flat.
Hey, Karen,
Okay, so yeah, go ahead.
is the card supposed to be able to close with that pink balloon on there?
Uh-huh. It should just flatten the pink balloon down.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. That's what I was saying. If it doesn't close, it's probably because you got a little crooked or something like that, you know. So from here, I mean, we're basically decorating this balloon arch with balloons. So I'm going to, you know, definitely sort of give you the choice as to whether or not you follow along with me and do exactly what I did, or whether you do your own thing. It doesn't really matter. But I'm trying to decide what order we should do it in. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe we should do our middle platform balloons, because those are the ones that have to kind of snake into the 3D balloons. Definitely the ones that go on this back arch are just all completely decorative. You know, like I put one here on the back arch, one here. I put 3 along the back here, 3 along the back here, some on the inside here. You know, like anything that's attached to the arch from here, the back arch, it's just, it'll work. It'll work. So I think maybe we'll do these middle platforms. So let's start over here with this middle platform on the right. Oh, I should say too, you can add a cloud if you want to that pink balloon. I did it so that it was sticking out to the right. Do you like that look? Just choose a cloud and then it'll stick out, and then just make sure it stays in the card, but it shouldn't be a problem. So for that, I would probably just put the adhesive on the back of the cloud, just in the bulb that's going to attach to the balloon. And then just check the location, because you can always move it. All right, and then I'm going to start finding some stuff for my my right platform. So I'm going to do. Okay, there's my right, and then over here we're doing green. Is that a round yellow? Yeah, and then another cloud. Okay. All right, here's what I did. Again, you can make creative choices. Here's what I did for my middle elbow platforms. On the right side, I did a purple star. I did a big pattern. You know, it's kind of pinkish, orangish, something like that. And I did a small cloud. And then over here on the left middle platform, I did big green, yellow round, and then another cloud. So those are the balloons that I used on these 2 middle platforms. And I started with the big one because I want to attach that up at the top of the middle platform in a location where it doesn't get caught up on the purple balloon. It looks to me, I'm just going to try it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a little adhesive here on my middle elbow platform, forward of the fold. So the front face, visual up here if you need it. Okay, and then I took that big pattern balloon and I kind of stuck it where it's mostly outward, you know, so it's just the tail of the balloon stuck into that glue. And then I'm going to test it real quick and just see. Okay. And it's working great with that purple balloon. But I can just see where the problems could be, you know, like let's see if I can make a problem. If I put it too far inward, I think that could be a problem. Kind of, you know, crashes too much into it. There's probably a spot where it would go through the slot. Do you know what I mean? I think that happened before on a 3D balloon where it's just the perfect spot where this edge ends up kind of tied up in the slot of the balloon. So just play with it and make sure you get a good spot on that balloon. And then I would just go do big green on the other side so that you can kind of match the placement. If it works on the right, it probably will work on the left. So then I would do big green. Okay, and again, I would, sorry, I'd give it a second. And I will say, I mean, first of all, my yellow balloon is not at the same angle as my purple one, so that may have affected where my green one needed to go. But also, I will say there is a difference between the ones that are falling closed as the card, like most people close the card to the right like this. So this flipping over and having to snake its way in is a different motion than this one going straight down and this one going over the top of it, if that makes sense. So it could be that you have to change. Oh my goodness. Your location. Oh my gosh. Some water. Okay, and then I'm going to finish up this side with the purple star and a cloud. Checking. Cool. And then over here underneath big green, I'm going to go yellow round and another cloud. So, and I'm kind of just keeping the small balloons to the outside, you know, to the outside of the. Oh, my cloud is very crooked. Hang on.
I like that the little clouds have different design. They're not the same design. I like that.
Yeah, they're
That they're
actually, I
different.
think, yeah, they're mirror image of each other. So you should get both. And it's the same with the big clouds. So I like to do that when I have room for multiples, is I like to put the mirror image because sometimes you want to do back-to-back things in a, you know, for a pop-up or something like that where you need them to match, you know, back to back. Okay, and then I guess my suggestion would be to move on then to your front platforms. So you can see here what we've got. 3 balloons on each side. Again, doesn't have to match mine. I will tell you which ones you're searching for if you do want it to match mine, although it probably won't anyway because we cut from different parts of the paper. But over here, I've got a big pink pattern and a round orange pattern and a stitched green. That's what I did on my front platform. Right there. Then over here, I did purple star, a blue stitched with a pattern in it, and then another big kind of orangey, whatever you've got there. Big pattern. It looks like I've got one with a, oh, I might do that one because that one's, yeah, I might do that one. And it's got more pattern in it. All right, and then you're just gonna make a little cluster here on your front platform. So you can see here on mine, you know, you might want to start with the big one, just like we did on the middle platform. You might want to start by putting your glue on that front platform up at the top near the fold, and then put your big balloon on, and then just test it because that one is in the crash zone a little bit. Gosh, my son just sneezed really loudly. And then you can kind of finish out your cluster, your other 2. So I'm seeing people just coming into the room, and I don't know if that's because you had to come back into the room or, you know, if you're just kind of joining in. But we're decorating, we're decorating our arch. So hopefully you have your arch ready to decorate. I guess what I'm saying is if you're first coming into the room, like this is your first time in the room today, it's probably too far into the project for me to get you caught up. So you'll have to go back and do this, but we're almost, when we get this balloon arch decorated, then we're gonna go on to rainbows. And that is definitely something you can do that you don't have to have your pop-up done to do it, so. Okay, so here's my 2 clusters. Cluster, cluster, check it. Working great. And then I'm going to move on to do my bridge platform in the back because that is literally just 2 big balloons, one on either side. So if you take a quick visual up here, I glue to the inside of the bridge. I did a big orange pattern and a big pink there, but you know, whichever 2 big balloons you want for your bridge platform in the back, find 2 big ones. Okay. It's a little fiddly to get the glue in there, but it is better if you can to put the glue on the inside of the bridge platform and stick the balloon to it. If you find that's too difficult, figure out where you want your balloon and put your adhesive on the back of the balloon where you know it will touch the platform. Okay, but if you can get in there with your glue like I'm going to do and just get a little spot of glue on that platform. I'm going to stick big pink here on the left and big orange here on the right. How far up they come is completely up to you. You know, their height, your choice. Okay, what do we got left here? Do we use any balloons on the front? We do not. Okay, so every balloon that's left is for decorating the remaining pieces of the arch. And I, do feel free to make your own creative choices there. I will walk you through what I did and where I put them, but if you just want to tune me out and do your own thing, you absolutely can. I'll just give you the general in case you're just going to do your own thing. In general, I did this. I did 3 balloons. If you look up here, I did 3 balloons across the back of the original arch. You can see them there, kind of sticking up. Okay. Then I did the same thing over here. So I did, a mixture of star and regular balloons there. Okay. So that's where 6 of them went. Then on the inside of the main arch in the back, you can see I've got a little round. This is where I tend to use the smaller balloons. So the little round here, a little star here, a little round here, and a little round way back underneath there. So see, I'm still just on that back arch. 3 on the back, 2 on the inside. 3 on the back, 2 on the inside. Okay. Then other places to put balloons. On the top of your elbow platform is a good spot for a stitched balloon. I put a yellow here and a pink over here. So that's the top of your elbow platform. Okay. And then it looks like I tucked in a little round balloon here and here on the top of the lower platform. So you can see it just kind of hanging off right there and there. And did I put anything on the outside? I did not. So that's where all my balloons went. Okay. So if you really want it to match mine, I'm going to start with my stitched balloons that are on my elbow platform on the top. So I did yellow on the right. These are stitched balloons, yellow on the right, and pink on the left. This one and this one. And I'm going to grab a little small pink patterned round, put that on the top of the lower platform. So hanging off on the inside. And a green round over here, same spot. I tend to just do whatever I did on the left and the right. Okay, again, just be checking it as you go. And then, yeah, from here, do you guys feel comfortable just putting the rest of your balloons on your arch? Do you need me to narrate each one? And it's fine. There's no right or wrong answer there. If you want me to narrate it, I will. You need a break from my voice, I won't. Nobody wants to vote?
If you can just hold it where we can see what you've got up there.
Yeah, okay.
Then we can do it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Narrating is also good.
Narrating's also good? All right. Okay, I'll narrate as I go. All right, over here on the right-hand side, I'm going to start in the back. I'm going to do a stitched blue pattern, pink star, and orange stitched pattern. Okay, so those are the three I'm looking for, and those are going to stagger across the back of the arch. Okay. So I think for that, holding it in a position where I can see, you can see that you basically got 3 spots, 1, 2, 3, right? So adhesive here, blue stitched, adhesive here, pink star, adhesive here, orange pattern. Yeah, I never really know because I mean, like on the one hand, it's like kind of just fun to do your own thing. But on the other hand, it's like I took the time to get all the colors where they look good too. So I can also see just being in a class and being like, yeah, I'm just going to make it that way. I mean, I like just making it the way that I made it the first time so I don't have to rethink about anything. So I'm perfectly happy to narrate. All right. On the left-hand side, you're looking for pink stitched pattern. Looks like either a purple or a blue. It looks like a blue patterned star and a purple stitch. Okay, so that's what I did here on the left-hand back of the arch. Okay, so pinks, patterned pink stitched, blue patterned star, and then purple stitched. You can get 3 spots. Pink. Now, I will tell you that I didn't get it. Like when I was designing the class, it's not like I just cut these balloons. Like what I did is I cut every like size of balloon like twice because you have 2 balloons in the set. So I just cut them out of every single color. And then that way I had tons of choices. And then when I had I still had a pile of balloons left over because I cut so many. But then when I went to do the instructions, I just had to cut the specific ones that I had put on the arch. So that what I didn't hit it right on the, you know what I mean? Like on the design stage, I was like cutting multiple balloons. Okay, and then it looks like we have 3 left. Why do we have 3 left? 1, I should have 4 left. Missing 1 little pink balloon. Let's see. Or maybe I counted wrong. I could have just counted wrong or put it somewhere else.
I have 3 left also.
You have 3 left? Okay, so that means I counted wrong because it looks like I'm missing this little pink round one right there in my thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to eschew this blue one down here because you barely see it, and I'm going to move that up to that spot where that pink one was, unless you want to go cut another pink one. So that's on me because I obviously didn't count right. I'm missing this little pink round one, but I think you could just use any of the others. And then add your final balloon later if you want, if you feel like that one last spot needs one. All right, so I'm going to use blue round because I don't have pink round right here. And looks like over here I did purple star. It is hard to count these things. I mean, y'all, you should just see me sitting here like, you know what I mean? Like trying to count every single thing, get it right for the instructions. And I saw something in my instructions this morning when I was going over it before class. Let's see, where is it? On the on number 4 here, it says, attach 2 more small balloons to the arch. Well, it was supposed to be clouds. So apologies. That word right there should be clouds in section 4. If you were wondering, like, well, why? Yeah, looks like I counted wrong. So if you end up with 1 blank spot down there that bugs you, after class you can cut like 1 more round balloon, or during the break, 1 more round balloon. But I don't really think you see it much, so I'll leave that to you. All right, we cannot put in "You Brighten My Day" to the inside of the card because we haven't done rainbows yet. So we're going to do rainbows next. So once you finish up your arch decoration, go ahead and find your base arches. Now, if you hadn't had a chance yet to cut those because you didn't have enough white in your kit, that literally could be absolutely anything as the base of the rainbows. And we're only going to need 3 rainbows, but we're going to make 6. So you have 3 left over that are all put together and ready for your next project. Okay. So you can make this card again, probably from your leftovers. You might have to change your background pattern paper. I don't know how much you have left, but you'll have enough rainbows to do another one because we're going to make 6 of them.
Did you put any balloons on those elbow arch pieces that are coming out? You didn't on the front of them, but did you do on the back?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. Yeah. I think I just didn't think that you even saw it, you know? So like every balloon you add is like another bit of weight to the card. So, you know, like you certainly could, but. And you can, like, if your card is big enough, you can certainly explore going higher, you know, with things. Or like one thing I think would look really cool with the arch would be, you know, the Bouquet Bits. Those of you who follow the brand, the Bouquet Bits die set that has the little flower picks that you can put like in the flower pot dice and stuff. I think that would be really cute, like some of those little picks sticking up off the arch with maybe your little greeting or something like that. You just have to have room for it. So you may end up with a larger card, or you may have to move your arch back so that you have enough room to have a tall item that still gets hidden. But depending on what angle it goes, you have room. Like, see, you have room to go from here to here. Like, that's a pretty big space right there in a flat position for a pretty tall item. So you could definitely explore different things. All right, are we getting close to getting our balloon arch decorated to where we can move on to our rainbows? What you're going to definitely want when we do rainbows is you're definitely going to want your space in front of you kind of open, because we're going to do this kind of assembly line thing. So you're going to want to kind of put things out of the way so you can have enough space in front of you to do your rainbows. I'm going to let you all tell me when you're ready. Okay, are we getting close? Let me take a little stroll through the room. Does now getting close? Ready for rainbows?
Ready?
Okay, so what's that? So in the rainbow add-ons, the rainbow itself, as you can see here, it cuts a 6-stripe rainbow that is where all the stripes are connected together. Okay, but just barely. And that gives you 2 options. So one option is you can do like we're going to do, is you can cut the rainbow out of all the 6 colors you need and just mix and match the stripes to get your multicolored rainbow. But if you watch the assembly video for the rainbow add-ons, you also have the option to just cut it out of white and color it with ink or markers, because it's really easy to mask off each stripe with just Post-it notes or a piece of scratch paper. And then you can color that one, you know, and it doesn't have to be a traditional Roy G. Biv rainbow. It can be whatever colors you want. So, so you have both options by that being on the same die. It is sized to perfectly cover the arch with no border at all. Okay, so that is the arch pop-up that we used for the base. And you may say, well, hey, there's a base in there. That's not a base. That stitched rainbow is smaller than this one. And that's because what it's for is for the back of the arch when you're doing a, that's probably a bad example because it's, let's use Lois's card here because she used a solid. So when you're doing a rainbow card where you want it to pop up and be a rainbow on the front, then the back, you're still going to have those little slots, you know, from your arch, and you don't need them because you're not using any extra platforms. So what that little stitched rainbow is for that's in that set is it's a solid that can convert the arch away from having the slots in it and into something that's more solid. And that needed to be smaller because it was often going to be used on the back of the arch, and it would bunch in the folds here and here if it was the same size. So what that means for you that when you're just making rainbows is that it's harder to build them on this because you can't just go right to the edges. And so it's easier when you're just trying to do flat rainbows to go ahead and cut your arch piece. And it doesn't matter which arch piece, whether it's the right or the left. I had you cut left because that way you didn't have to cut off a tapered tab. You only had to cut off whatever portion of the tab you had over here. Okay, so our first step, once you found all 6 of your base arch pieces, is to, oh, funny, this is the first time I need my scissors and I don't have them out. Here. Is to cut the tab off of your arch pieces so that you're down to just the size that the rainbow will fit. Okay, so on all of those, just fold it first so you can see the line. And it could be, you know, during prep work, I mentioned that you could hang the tab portion of the arch off the edge to give yourself more white cardstock to work with. So you may have done that. So you may have already taken care of your tabs by just not cutting them, and that's fine. You don't need them. Now, another option would be to build your rainbows and just use double-sided tape to hold the stripes together. I did do that. I've done that before. And you know, if the weight was a concern, or you see that fold line very well, or if you were really, you know, making a lot of them and you just didn't want to double up the cardstock, you could just hold the stripes together with tape until you know, put it in your card. So that's another option as well. But this is going to be the easiest. This is going to be the easiest. Okay, so I'm going to give you the instructions because we can kind of go at our own pace. Some of you are going to be faster than others. And if you get your rainbows done, then cool, go grab a snack. We don't have to do this like in the same order. I'm just going to show you what I think is the easiest way to do it. The issue is you've got 6 completely different size stripes here, okay? So you can't just willy-nilly start mixing and matching the stripes because you may end up, when you get to the end, like, oh no, I've got not the right size. And especially if you care about at least one of the, if you care about rainbow order, you know, you're going to want to do it this way. So if you care about rainbow order, then you're going to go your pink one, which is going to stand in for red. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. Okay, it's a 6 colored rainbow. We don't do the indigo. So then what you do is you line your rainbows up, your colored rainbows above the white ones, okay? And then you just start assembly lining by this. I don't even use scissors, y'all. This is such a tight thing. Don't do it with me. Just let me do it. I just pull the top stripe off, okay? I'm going to add my adhesive across the top of that first arch, and I'm going to add my pink stripe, and it's going to go right to the edges. Okay, so that's going to make it really easy. That's why it's better to do it on the arch than on that stitched one, because you have to figure out how much overlap there is on the stitch. This one's going to go right to the edges. Okay, and then I'm going to carry on doing my top stripe with all 6 colors. Okay, so you all start doing it with me. Start doing it with me. So you start over there on red. We're just going to go through and do the top stripe of all 6 colors. You can, if you know you're going to do your rainbows flat, you know, these are just going to be flat embellishments on the card, you can always add double-sided tape to the back of the paper when you, so then all your stripes are stickers, or you can do these with the tape on top, and then these are sticky, and then you just start sticking your stripes to them. So you always have that option as well if you want to make that go a little faster. But it was a lot of tape, and I didn't want people to think that they had to have, you know, tape to do this technique. So I just thought, well, we'll just glue them. So what's everybody's thoughts on pumpkin spice lattes? Are we pumpkin spice people? I don't happen to be a pumpkin spice person, but I'm curious. Unmute. Tell me your thoughts on pumpkin spice. Yay or nay?
Yuck. Husband does, but I don't.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
I'm not pumpkin anything.
Even pumpkin pie?
No.
Oh, I like pumpkin.
I like the whipped cream that goes on top of it.
Yeah, right. I don't like carrots, but I love carrot cake. So
I can eat carrot cake, but that's not I'd eat something else.
I think it's the cream cheese frosting. To be
Yeah,
honest.
I like the cream cheese frosting.
I like all the pumpkin everything.
Everything. Yeah.
I'm into big fluffy cinnamon rolls right now.
Oh my God. Sounds so good. Like that you make? That you bake your own cinnamon rolls? Or that
Oh
you
yeah,
procure?
absolutely.
Okay. I didn't know if you were
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about like Sept or something.
No,
Oh my gosh.
make them myself.
Made me so hungry all of a sudden.
I get my cinnamon rolls from my Amish friends.
You
They
know,
make amazing
they
baked
had
goods.
they have a you know, I'm now up in Amish country where I wasn't obviously in Texas that much, but there's a farmers market here in Rochester every Saturday morning. So we went last week, and yeah, I ended up buying a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits from the Amish farmers. They're not all Amish, but you know, there was one or two. They were good.
We have a lot of bachelor friends, and so on bake day, get a hold of them, and they come and pick up goods.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun.
Cinnamon is my favorite spice.
Is it? That would be a good stamp. Cinnamon is my favorite spice. I like that. I'm going to give you guys the next instruction because some of you are fast. So even if you're still doing your top stripe, just look up here for a second. Okay. So I've got my top stripes on. So here's what I think is the easiest so that you don't end up, you know, duplicating stripes. Just move everything to the left. So I'm going to pick up my pink rainbow. I'm going to slide all my rainbows to the left, and I'm going to put pink over here in the last position. And now I'm doing the exact same thing with the second stripe. Okay. And then when I get the second stripe on all of them, I'm going to pick up orange. I'm going to slide everything over, put orange at the end, and so on and so forth until you get all 6 of your stripes. And then you will have 6 rainbows that are in rainbow order, even though it starts with a different color on top. Does that make sense? So it still is Roy G. Biv, but it might start with the yellow or it might start with the orange or whatever. So, all right, carry on. We can keep talking about fall things. I hit on this way of doing it after many times, like just having a mess of stripes, having to try and figure out which ones went with which rainbow. You know what I mean? And so I learned. I was like, well, that's not the way to do it. And you can see too, sometimes I'm putting the glue on the back of the stripe and sometimes I'm putting it on the arch, and it doesn't really matter. It's whatever is the easiest.
Karen, have you been watching on Apple TV the Chief of War?
Oh, you know what? I watched some of it with John, and then he ended up kind of carrying on without me. Like I fell asleep, and then he watched like 2 more episodes, and then that was it. But yeah, it was good though. The one
Yeah, next week is the last episode.
Oh, is it? I'll probably have to get caught up at some. That's the problem. If we get off from each other, then there's no. Then it becomes like his shows and my shows, you know.
Okay.
But
I was just curious.
I've been watching. Well, we like Big Brother. We're Big Brother fans, so we've been watching Big Brother. I know Survivor's starting up again soon.
Me too. We watch Big Brother and Survivor.
Yeah, and Amazing Race. I mean, we like all of those CBS reality shows.
Everybody has a different opinion, but are you happy that Rachel is gone? Because we are.
I mean, I guess she did it to herself, you know. I mean, I feel like she had enough time to get through that hamster wheel, so she panicked or whatever. I enjoyed watching her play this season, so I didn't completely agree with her that all the newbies just had to listen to her all the time because,
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
she was a newbie once too, you know what I mean? So
She was a bossy and a bully, we
she was
thought.
a little
So,
bit bossy and bullyish.
yeah.
I
You're
think
right.
a lot of them are bullies.
yeah, true.
Who are we
Well-
rooting for? Ava? I mean, poor Will.
I'm rooting for Keanu.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can see
think
it.
Keanu.
I don't
Keanu
think he's
is-
gonna win. I think that they're gonna take him out, but I do hope that he wins.
I kind of don't want Vince to win though, because he's
Oh.
just
Oh,
playing
no.
all
He's a
the
big
sides.
baby.
He's such
I
a
know.
weasel. We
He's
think
a
he's
little
a weasel.
weaselly.
And he's a baby.
Yeah. I
And he
agree.
makes final two with everybody. We
With
hate
everybody,
that.
exactly. Well, some would
Hate
say
that.
that's like a good strategy. Like I will say he was right in what he said about like he thinks both Lauren and Morgan would take him to the end.
Right.
So in that respect, he's smart that way. But I don't know. These are real people with real feelings, and it just, you know.
And I like Kelly too.
I do too, actually.
I like Kelly. She's smart.
She
And
is.
she came back. She came back from.
She fought
you know,
her way back every
She certainly
time.
did. She certainly did. Yeah. And I like Ava a lot. I like Ava.
She's fun to watch. She's a
She's
hoot.
kind of quirky.
She's quirky. Those hats.
And Amazing Race is going to be all Big Brother people.
I know. I can't wait.
I know, me too.
Awesome. Yeah. My sister, I don't know, she said something about like, ew, Big Brother. And I'm like, oh, do you not know that we are big Brother fans?
I think I watched from the very beginning. I don't think I've ever missed a year.
Oh, that's cool. I watched Survivor from the very beginning, but Big Brother, I think I only got into it like at a few seasons in. So, but Survivor, I watched every season. I mean, I can remember Richard Hatch winning that first season. And
I remember that too. We had a Survivor party and we had rice and shrimp.
gosh, smart. I mean, remember those days? I mean, their coconut phones and their, you know, like how
Yep.
naive and like.
I had stopped watching it after a while because then I felt like Probst was kind of like guiding it, and it made me think that it wasn't, I don't know,
Authentic enough.
yeah. So we stopped watching it for a while.
Yeah. What I'm amazed about is how invested I can be in these seasons and then completely forget who won last season, who was even on last season. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
like it just goes right out of my brain.
I know. Have you watched the Tyler and Derek talk?
Yeah, we've been
show?
watching that too. Yeah, I like seeing Boston Rob on it, but I was a Boston Rob fan. I know some.
Oh,
people
me
aren't,
too. I
but
love
I'm
Boston Rob.
a Boston Rob fan. So I'd like to see him play Big Brother. I think that'd be interesting.
Oh God, I don't think he could do Big Brother.
Oh, I know, right? So,
I cannot imagine him doing Big Brother. I think it would be great to see him on there, but I don't think he could do it.
yeah.
I love these rainbows.
I know they just, they're so pretty. This paper, I mean, it just made me swoon. Is this system working out for you? Well, this whole slide to the left, and it's good. You know, you don't have to think too much about it.
Yeah, I'm loving this way. It's so much easier than the way I did it
Yeah.
for the tip. I think what else we've been watching. We just finished up Unforgotten season 6, so that's a PBS show that they're in their 6th season, and it's British police, but like cold case. Well, not cold case. Like they discover a body after it's just almost like historical crime in a way. Like sometimes like it's a 50-year-old murder. Like it's not a cold case in that they didn't even know the murder occurred. They just find a body and then they have to solve a murder that's like 20 years old or something.
I watched something similar called Untamed on Netflix. That was pretty good.
I watched that. I liked that too. That was that Yosemite? Is that the Yosemite one?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
We've been watching Orphan Black. That's
Oh, that was
interesting.
awesome.
Okay, wait, I'm writing it down.
I've been watching this show called Death in Paradise. It's on BBC, and it's a crime, like a detective show as well. But it's a lot of fun. You should check it out if you get a chance.
I like that one too.
I'm writing it down. Let me it's like my guilty pleasure is
You know that there's another series called Beyond Death in Paradise.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
I'm a big BritBox person, and they're both on BritBox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've watched that too. I really enjoyed it.
I
So
love
I have either BritBox or Acorn. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, so it's like I'll watch stuff on BritBox, and then I'll be like, okay, and then I'll like cancel that one, and I'll go get Acorn. And I'll watch
I wonder how there's anybody alive in any of those counties.
Right?
It's like, how can so many people die on one tiny island?
Exactly.
I think that about Shetland. I'm like, God, wait, a crime problem in Shetland.
I like that. I like Midsummer Murders.
Yep.
Oh yeah. We watched one.
Summer Murders. You're guaranteed 3 deaths a series per episode.
Oh, those of you who do you guys watch The Cleaner, which is not a murder show? It's Greg Davis. I mean,
that's hilarious.
It's hilarious.
Yeah.
But I'm a big Taskmaster fan, so new season of Taskmaster just started on Thursday.
Then there's always Father Brown and Sister Boniface.
Oh, that's great. Those are so much fun.
They are.
We've been watching Inspector Lindley.
That too. Yep.
Oh, be careful. I'm supposed to be designing that November class tomorrow, and then now you're gonna make me just sit in front of my TV all day.
Are we gonna do Christmas?
Yeah, we're gonna do Christmas. No, we're not doing new dye. We're doing favorite dyes. So we will have a dye release in November, but it will not be holiday. So just so you know, it was all me. I was just a little bit late on my art, and I didn't want to try and and we have such great holiday dyes already. So so we'll be using favorite dyes in November to do a Christmas class. I'll show you those dyes. The ones
I agree. I've got lots and lots of Christmas dyes, so I don't need more, but knowing what to do with what I've got would be
right.
good.
Yes, that would be fabulous.
I love that. So then we'll pick up with new dyes with our December class, but it will not be holiday, because the new release is not it's year-round stuff. That's one thing about us not retiring dyes, which we try not to do, is that, well, we got a bunch of Christmas trees. We got, you know what I mean? It was like, oh, what? So it's a great chance for us to kind of draw new attention back to our back catalog that's supposed to be timeless. And what I really like about the favorite dyes classes, like we're doing in October and November, is that then I get to mix dyes from different releases. That was what I really like. I like things that came out at different times, so you never had those samples of those dyes being used together. And then you teach a class with it.
Do you gingerbread dye, like a ginger?
There's gingerbread men in 3 different dyes. There's winter animals as gingerbread. Those are probably the.
But like
I'm sorry, winter charms. You're right. You guys know my stuff.
There's one in the cooking set, isn't there?
And there's one in the baking, or one of the Christmas borders has it. I'll grab the.
But I thought maybe like a giant pop-up gingerbread man would be fun.
Oh yeah, that would be. I made a gingerbread snowman using the ball dyes. There's a video on that where I created the snowman out of gingerbread color, and so it looked like a gingerbread snowman. But you can probably do something similar. Yeah, I think you could definitely use like the snowman and make a gingerbread man. And you know what? I'll write that down because maybe that'd be a fun little challenge for a video. Okay, let me see. Winter Charms. Winter Charms has 2 size little gingerbread men in it.
Then the borders that have gingerbread are Christmas borders 1. And then in the tiny house, the gingerbread tiny house add-ons, there's like little gingerbread men in that as well. So
You might be able to do the gingerbread man and this pop-up snowman. That was and she had taken it and done a Halloween version. And I bet you could do a snowman, a gingerbread man out of that.
Absolutely.
That would be so cute.
I will write that down as a request for, although what I really need is I need to get some assembly videos that I've missed put up. So that's what I really need to focus on, is those assembly videos that I'm missing. And none of the pop-ups are missing assembly videos, but I try to do them on everything. I try to do them on all the, like the leaping animals doesn't have a video yet, so I need to do that. So. And the charms.
I thought it was nice that the designer team helped you out.
That they really helped me out. I mean, they really helped me out. They did them on the last release. They did even some of the pop-ups for me, but then the only issue with that is that content is on their channel then, and then so, which is fine. We link it on our website, but sometimes people just go to my YouTube and they're looking for those assembly videos.
Oh yeah.
Try to get them eventually kind of replaced out with an official one, or I'll just keep both up, so you can use both. But
and about your typepad blog going away, how much does it take to download those instructions from all those typepad blog entries?
So for you or for me? So what they've offered us is an export file, which I did get, and I had Carl, my son, he went through and ran like a program and got all the content that was published. But the issue is I've had that blog since 2005. So I've had that blog for 20 years. And I used to use it kind of as a combination of a crafting and a mommy blog, right? Like my kids were little and I would tell funny stories about my kids, and we used to do these little Christmas clues. And then the internet changed and my kids grew up and everything got a little scary. And so I ended up unpublishing everything from 2017 and prior, even the craft stuff. I just went through and just unpublished all of it because I just didn't want it out there anymore. That stuff is hard to get because it's not published. So Carl can't, I mean, that doesn't, you guys wouldn't need that anyway. It's all old stuff. But for me, those stories of my kids and stuff like that, I'm like kind of a little heartsick about it because he would have to open up, like, he told me something like 800 posts or something and save them one by one. And we've got like 10 days left, right? So I don't know. I think some of that content's just going to get lost. But as far as the crafty content, going forward, we're just going to use the blog that's built into the website. That's honestly a better place for the designer challenges. It's right there on the website. We can link to the dies that we use. That stuff's going to be great. It doesn't have a comments section. I could add that by third party, but I'm thinking about just having people comment on the YouTube videos, for the giveaways. So that's fine. It's it's getting the old content put back up again. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. I don't think I could. If I started a WordPress blog, I could import it, but I just don't even really want to do that. So go get whatever content you want off the blog. You got goes away on the 30th. You've got 17 days, or buddy up to Leanne on the Peeps group because she already went through and saved it all. Maybe she'll send it to you. All right, I've got my 6 rainbows done. What do y'all think? They're pretty pretty.
Faster than I do. That's what
faster than you. Okay. All right.
They're pretty amazing. When I looked at the picture, it looked like there was vellum over the top of them. And,
there is not.
But there is not.
There's not.
So it's pretty amazing.
That mix of colors. Yeah, I just thought the papers were so pretty. This is the. And you'll be able to pick your 3 favorites for your card. And then you've got 3 ready to go for the next card. So yeah, anytime I use the rainbow add-ons, if I'm doing individual stripes, I just make 6 rainbows. Why waste the stripes? Just make 6, throw them in there,
Aaron,
Yes.
can you maybe explain the 1304, the display helpers, how to glue in the card?
Yeah, that's one that needs an assembly video for sure, right? Okay, yeah, good idea. Yeah, I'll finish up your rainbows and I grab the display help.
I thank you for figuring this out, so I didn't have to.
On the rainbows?
On the rainbows. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I would have had a freaking mess.
Sure makes it easy.
Display helpers is the only die that we actually bundled with a little stamp set that comes with it. So you get that little stamp set with it. That's the thing that tells you how to use them. Keep making rainbows.
Can you show us what that set looks like?
Uh-huh.
I know I have it, but I think I've misplaced it.
Let's see. Ooh. Oh yeah, here it is. I was like, ooh, is it in this room? It is. This is what it looks like packaged. It's called
Okay.
display helpers, and it comes with that little stamp set in it. Okay. So for the 90 to or the 180 degree cards, that's what those little slot dies are for. And they do it's the same one that's in, or the smaller one is the same one that's in the cruise ship add-ons. But people were asking, can I get that slot die outside of this cruise ship add-on? Because I don't want to do cruise cards, but I want that slot die. So that was kind of why we decided to do the display helpers. So when you're 180 degree cards, especially with a bunch of stacked folds, it's hard to keep them open for display. So what those slot dies will do is it'll, for your 180 degree cards, just as you're making your card, you've got the little divots. You can line it up over the fold of the card and cut the slot. If you want to use a larger paper clip, you've got a larger slot, but they're basically the same thing. You just cut that back behind, or one side of your card if you're doing a cake or whatever, and then include a paper clip. I don't have a paper clip right here, but and the paper clip will hold the card open. Find the paper.
Are you still selling the paper clips on your website?
Yeah, we have paper clips on our website, but yeah, we only do the smaller ones. Like we didn't do giant paper clips for the bigger ones, but sometimes people like those 2-inch paper clips, so you've got the option. Okay, I don't have a paper clip. Paper clip goes through there, holds it open. Those ones are easy. Then these ones are for your 90 degree cards. So let's see. So if you have a 90 degree card, it's got a pop-up in it and it's either falling forward from the weight of the pop-up or it's falling backward, and you want to keep it open for display, you can use these little dies. And you've got one for each side of the card, but you only need one. But some people they want to be able to do it on the right or the left, and or both. So some of the team has done them on both. So cut this out. Cut it.
And in your studio, how do you store your dies? In numerical order?
Nope, I do it by category. So we have a category list. If it's not on the website, you can. I'll ask Karina. She's on vacation, but to get it up. But I do it by category. So I have foundation pop-ups together. I have add-ons together. Box cards, Christmas, winter, generic pop-ups. Full tab, wheel, flap dies, rubber band pop-ups, specific pop-ups. So, boxes, bags, closures, animals, characters, borders, edges. So it's easier for me to do it that way. I can find them a lot easier.
And that list is on your website to download?
I think so. I mean, I gave it to Karina, but I don't know if she put it in the peeps or on the website or both. But if it's not there, I'll get it up next when she gets back from vacation.
Thank you.
Right now. All right, so when the display helpers cuts, it's got 3 folds. So one of them says lift with the little circle on this side, and one of them says lift with a little circle in this way. If you find that it's hard to see the word lift and you're a really good stamper, I just went ahead and gave you the word lift on that stamp set too. Because it's a clear stamp, so you could potentially, it's the same size, stamp the word lift right over the top of the die cut word lift if you wanted to. But I mean, I think people can probably see it. So
That's fair.
you're going to fold all three like valley folds, meaning folding towards yourself.
They're probably making your coffee.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Well, mute if you're not in the thing. So what you want to do is you want to have the center fold, the one that goes right above the word lift. You want that lined up right over the fold of the card. Okay, but you want, it's only the outer two panels that get glued down. Okay, so this and this. But your lineup is that center fold. That's why I say fold it like a valley. Okay, so then you're just going to put your adhesive in your outer two. Okay, you're going to line that. I would do it with the card open flat. Now you can, if you have a little room in your envelope, you could let the little, I think it's easiest for them to grab it if you let just the little semicircle hang off the edge of the card. If that's going to bug you, don't do it. You can do it on the inside.
I wanted to say that it's disrespectful how people are making Fortnite memes.
Okay, let's hit mute on that one. Okay, I'm sorry, I just did white on white, but you can see now it's glued into the card. So in the valley position, the card closes, you know. So if this bugs you, that just have it be inside the card. But if you, you know, it's really easy for them to grab if it's sticking out. So that's up to you. So then, you know, your card opens, and if it falls, I don't have a pop-up in it. A pop-up would be pulling it forward. But all they have to do is just lift it, and it'll hold that card open. I've got one that would be better to show because it's got a pop-up in it. Where is it? This one. Oh, that's the one that doesn't have it. I made that card twice because it's from the cruise, and I had one that had the display helpers in it and one that didn't. Shoot. I have a team card. This one, I think Nikki's card might have it in it. Yeah, okay, so this is a good example. So Nikki's card here where it kind of falls forward, but she's got the display helpers in. So when you pop those up, and she actually folded these, and she did a little alternate assembly because she folded the tabs under. I don't usually do that, but that apparently works as well. But look at the difference. It just holds it open. You know? This one. You just pop them and then you just push them down and then it'll close. So yeah, you just have to line it right up over the fold of the card and then push it down to close the card. And then when you want to, they just pop it up.
Great, thank you.
Yep, no worries. Okay, I'm sure we're done with rainbows now. I'm sorry to go out on that tangent. Okay, let's go. Let's go here. All right, so inside the card, we got a whole other card to make. Sorry about that. Okay, inside the card. Inside the card, we're going to do one rainbow. Well, you know what? Maybe you want to pick your rainbows for the front first, okay? So your front, you can build your front on your pattern paper, and you're going to do a rainbow. You're going to make like a big rainbow. So, you know, you can do it at whatever angle you want. You're going to end up putting clouds over the top. So it's up to you. I'm trying to figure out if I trimmed both ends or just one end. Looks to me like I did something like this. Okay. To make that, and then I just, build it on your pattern paper so that you can trim it before you glue it on top of your card. So just pick your, your favorites to go on the front of the card. And you're going to put clouds over the seam. So it doesn't even really matter if your seam is, perfectly straight or whatever, because you're going to cover that seam with clouds. So you can make it at whatever perfect arc that you want. And then just flip it over because it'll be easier to trim off. And what you may want to do, this pattern paper, I think, it's a little bit larger, but it's similar in size, the same width as this one. So the issue with the inside is that you don't have the edge of the pattern paper to trim your rainbow. So you may want to pick the rainbow that you're using on the inside of the card and use this paper here to trim the ends so that they match a piece of pattern paper so that you can just glue it inside and you don't have to try and cut it at the edge of the blue. Does that make sense? So you could just hold this, you know, to where the corner here goes to the edge of the pattern paper and the corner here goes to the edge of the pattern paper, or close. You could just hold that in place. Then you could turn it over, trim. This is your third rainbow, the one for the inside of the card. Okay, then it'll should match up on the inside. Okay. And then these three are leftovers. Okay, then let's talk about, okay, the front of the card, we're going to finish that up with clouds and sprinkling a little rainbow magic your way. So these are from the clear stamp set that is called Rainbow Greetings, I think. Rainbow something. Rainbow Greetings, that's right, Rainbow Greetings. So it has those phrases that go well with rainbows, but it also has, and I'm gonna grab that set. So one of the things that you might use a rainbow for is a pet sympathy card because of the Rainbow Bridge. And you should Google the poem of the Rainbow Bridge because it will make you cry. It's so gorgeous. Black. Okay. So there's a phrase on that stamp set, you know, you've got sorry for your loss, maybe for the front of the card, and then it says forever loved, forever missed, waiting at the Rainbow Bridge. So this stamp set is a good one to go with your rainbow cards, both, you know, sprinkling a little rainbow magic your way and you brighten my day, as well as ones for pet sympathy. So, okay, we will Etta, we'll discuss at the break. I'm not sure. Hopefully you can find a little white. I don't know if we have black. Oh, black, yeah. Okay, so let's brush a little blue ink on the edges of the You Brighten My Day. And that's going to go inside the card. And then sprinkling a little rainbow magic your way, unless you're making it, you know, unless you're doing something else and, you know, maybe you have different greetings that you want to use, or maybe you want to swap them. You can do that. This one's going to go inside. I probably would not suggest any pop dots like under the You Brighten My Day because of the potential for a balloon catching underneath it when it comes down. I would definitely glue that down flat. And then my thought was this is light enough paper that you could probably just sign the card right down here, that I didn't feel like you needed an extra little, you know, bit to go there. Okay, and then you've got, okay, so now I will say, someone was saying, well, they didn't have white. I will say we cut all of those clouds out of the white area of the paper. Okay, so we didn't use white for the clouds. We used the white area of the pattern paper. The white was supposed to be for the rainbow, the backer of the rainbow. And so that could be anything. It doesn't have to be white. It doesn't have to be any particular weight. It doesn't, you know, even have to all match. It's just any scrap that you have enough to cut those arch things. But your clouds are actually cut out of the pattern paper. They're cut out of the white areas of the pattern paper. Which is why this cloud is green on the back. So you definitely want to do the white side, unless you're making a creative choice. Okay, how are we on time? 2 hour, a little over our 2 hour mark. Okay. Probably go a little faster on the film strip one. You don't have to make rainbows. Okay. And then that just glues to the front of your card, and just make sure you are gluing it to the front of your card. You would not be the first to accidentally have your card flipped over. Too shabby, y'all.
May I see the front of the card, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem. One open and one closed. I was looking for arch cards and rainbow cards. So you guys are finishing that up. I really like this Whirly Wheel card by Lois, where she used the rainbow. And then particularly like that she did this one as a slimline where you don't even see you have no idea what's going to happen when you spin that wheel. And that unicorn just comes up and over. But I just wanted to show that for the rainbow being used there. There's another card by Lois.
I wonder if we can make that into like somebody dunking a basketball into a hoop.
Yeah, I bet you could. That would be fun.
I think somebody did. It's on the peeps.
On the Whirly Wheel? Did they?
I think so. Yes.
This is another idea for your leftover rainbows. You can also just kind of, glue those to a scrap piece of something and then die cut them, to be like, this one's die cut with a Lorna label. And then something over the top. So there's the rainbow. That's a good example too of using that stitch. We're going to use that on the second card, the stitch solid arch, but we're going to end up using it on the front. But that's where it can go, on the back. So yeah, definitely. You've got the arch, you've got the rainbow, so you've got what you need to make rainbow cards. And I'm sure I have more. Oh yeah, and then this month for the designer challenge, I did make the Hungry Caterpillar card. So there is a full video on this one. Okay. Miss You, Let's Get Together. And then just using those balloons to make the caterpillar. So this one says, Miss You, Let's Get Together. I'll bring the snacks. Anyway. Okay, I think we did good. Is everyone okay with this card 1? I see that we are 20 minutes after the hour, so we're going to go to 35 minutes after the hours when we're going to start up on card 2. So we can pause the recording. And okay, everyone, we're back with card 2. So anytime that we use the same pop-up die twice in a class, I do like to just kind of create a different look. So for this one, we're going to not use the extra platforms on the arch, and instead we're going to take those Movie Charm film strip arch and we're going to make that fit the pop-up. So we're going to bend that arch up and over the pop-up. And then once again, those beautiful papers. And then we're going to use those Movie Night Charms. So this one's going to lean heavily on the new Movie Night Charms, which I love. All right, so this was the one in prep work that it's like my bag just wasn't going to fit anything. So we're making use of all of those really fun, uniquely creative papers. And really, when I was picking the papers, I knew we were going to do the Movie Night Charms, and I was so happy to see this paper that had those tickets in it, because I was like, oh wow, that's going to go so well with the new stuff. What I did for this one, because we're going to end up fussy cutting these tickets out, but what I did to give them a more authentic perforated edge is before I started fussy cutting, I took a paper piercer, okay? And we only need 3 of the tickets, so this is going to be hard to pierce over here. So what I would suggest is you pierce here, 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 and here. You don't really have to do this last one unless you want to. And then use your scissors and cut between those tickets, and then you'll get the look of the perforated edge. So what do I mean by that? And you may need to find something to pierce into if you don't have a mat, but you can take your paper piercer and you can pierce through all of those white holes, or yeah, ahead of time. And then when you cut on your scissors, it'll give you that perforated edge. And if you are like, that sounds like a lot of work, I'm not going to do that, then don't, just cut between the tickets. So I'm just giving you an option. And I should have had a, should have told you all to bring something that's more squishy to, what I got that's squishy.
Mount
Dots. Yeah, that might be easier. Yeah. It's probably easier if you pierce into something squishy. So foam, or I just grabbed some pop dots because that's what was handy. So what you can do is kind of, after you've got it started, you can take your paper piercer and make those holes a little bit larger. Okay, and I'll show you what I mean. So then when you cut right between the tickets, it kind of gives you the perforated edge on the thing. So, okay. So you just need, you need 3 tickets. You need 3 tickets. So I leave that as an option as to whether you like that effect or not. I don't know if I probably just did a better job in my initial one. Hang on one second. Probably I just had the right thing to pierce into. It seems like I liked it better when I'm on my, you know what I mean? Like it seemed worth the effect on the original one, but oh, okay, this is helping. This is helping. So yeah, it definitely helps to pierce into something. Because I don't know if you like, I mean, I'm not much of a fussy cutter, but like I didn't want to have to go in and like fussy cut all of those little edges, So I was like, well, let's just do it with a paper piercer. Okay, then just cut right up the middle. And then we're going to hit the edges of those tickets with some brown ink. So if you've got brown ink, that's what you're going to use on the edges of the ticket. These are the only fussy cutting of this class. Tickets.
And I have some of those scissors with decorative edges, and those went right between the tickets and made a nice little perforated edge. So
that is a great idea. Yeah, if you've got a set of decorative edge scissors. That was one of the things that did not make the cut on the, I was like, man, when was the last time I used decorative edge scissors? And I donated all of them. And then now, see, here it is. Would have been good to have them. Let me turn my face off. Yeah, all right. Brown ink, I used Vintage Photo. Just kind of gives you the essence of a perforation anyway, and the brown ink will take away the white. So that's what's nice. Doesn't look so clean, All right. Re-tickets. And then once again, you get 3 tickets left. So that is good for your next card.
I use
right.
a large hole puncher to punch in between the tickets.
Uh-huh.
Perfect curve. It makes the fussy cutting easier. And then once you perforate, you can actually tear them.
That's clever too. I did kind of wonder too if like the people that are quilters like would one of those, perforating round things, I don't know what those are called, would that work? That's a good idea. You all have good ideas. All right, let's get started on this card here. Once you've got your 3 tickets perforated in whatever clever way that you wanted to do it and brushed on the edges with ink, we will start as we always do with the inside of the card. And for this one, I mean, once again, this paper, gorgeous. So got these 2 to fit inside the card. And once, like kind of what we did with last card, is what I would focus on is your outside perimeter. So I would get your outside perimeter pretty even. And then whatever ends up in the center is fine, however big or small that gap ends up being. And once again, you can use your tape runner if you prefer. This is just paper on paper. So we're adding our pattern paper inside the card, and I'm doing it floral side up, but of course, always have option. I think we're doing the same measurement again, a 2 and a 1, a 2 inches from the center and a 1 inch from the top. Let me verify that on my handout. Pretty sure I looked ahead of time. It was a 2-1.
Are there any of the stores that have any more of that Outback Okra paper?
Well, let's ask. Our stores that are on, y'all have any more of this paper?
I believe I have, but I'm in Europe.
Europe, you got an option. I don't know. It's sure pretty.
Well, that's the only other place I found is from the manufacturer. They said they might have some. But what's going to be your shipping to the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, the shipping is going to be a little bit of an issue, especially right now.
Yeah. It's very
know.
expensive.
Yes, right? Yes. I
It
mean,
was $33 to get 2 sheets for the place I checked. I mean, that's
right.
for the shipping.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a little cost prohibitive on the shipping to get it from overseas. Yeah. Well, does it have to be this paper? You know what I mean?
I fell in love with that.
I know it is
I can
really
see
pretty.
so many different uses for it.
I know, it's so pretty. So pretty. All right, you are going to want your pencil and your ruler, and we're going to do the exact same measurement as last time. So 2 inches off the center fold on the left, and then 1 inch down from the bottom or the top of the card. So a 2-1, which actually ends up for me, but it kind of depends on where you put your pattern paper. You verify my measurement. 2-1. Looks to me like it actually happened to end up on the chicken wire a little bit right there. So if you're in the vicinity of the chicken wire, you probably got the right measurement. Now for this one, I will tell you, we're going to do a lot of work to those arch pieces before we put them together. Okay, so this is going to set aside because we're going to need to add the film strip pieces to the arches before we install them inside the card. So once you've got your measurement done, your paper inside and your measurement done, you can set that aside. And you are looking for, let's find the pieces we're looking for. On the stitched rainbow pieces, you have 3 of them. Or maybe you have more than 3, but well, you have at least 3, but you're looking for the ones that you die cut where you captured some bricks at the top. So these are just the stitched arch pieces that came out of the rainbow add-ons. Okay, so they're not the actual pop-up arch. And then for the arch pieces themselves, those were cut out of the back of this one so that it's got that kind of canvas pink pattern, that sort of canvas pink pattern. We do not want to glue these together yet. It's going to be much, much easier to add our film strips and everything to these pieces before we glue them together. Okay, so you're just locating these two pieces that are your pop-up arch. The left side is the one that does not have the tapered tab out on this side, but it does have, of course, that bottom tab that folds under. Okay, so that would be this one, or for the left side. We're not gluing it in. The right side, you've got two tabs. So you've got the tab at the bottom, that's the one that has the hook corner, and then you've got the one that's got the tapered tab, kind of the trapezoid. You can kind of fold that to the back, fold those tabs to the back and out of the way, because it'll be easier for you to both add your decorator piece, and it'll be easier for us to add the film strips. Okay, so now we've got these two arch pieces and we've got these two decorative pieces. For this card, we're going to glue these decorative pieces on top of the arch pieces, so they're going to cover up those slots. Okay, this one's just a little bit smaller than this one, so you'll find that when you glue this on, you'll have just a little bit of canvas showing around the perimeter. And I wouldn't worry too much about, if you're using glue, I wouldn't worry too much about glue going through your slots, because by the time we go to add this to the card, it'll be long since dried. So you don't have to try to avoid the slots.
Okay, just overs on which is left and which is right.
So the right one has the tapered tab at the top. See this little tab right here?
Correct. Okay, got it.
The left one does not.
Thank you.
But you can fold those tabs on both pieces to the back, so that when you're adding your decorative piece, it's real easy to see the edges, you know, to get that centered.
So you do still see the back piece.
On the back of the piece?
Around the edges.
You will see a little bit around the edges, yes. That's what we were talking about, how the stitched arch piece that comes in the rainbow add-ons, and that's what this piece with the brick was cut with, is a little bit smaller than the arch itself. And that is so that when you're using it on the back of the arch, which we are not doing for this card because I didn't think it was necessary, because the slots basically disappear because they're the same color as what's shining through them. But if you had wanted to put that decorative stitched arch on the back of the arch so that you don't see any of those slots, it has to be smaller or else it'll bunch. So that's why that's built purposely a little bit smaller. So it just leaves you a little small border around the perimeter. Okay, we still don't want to glue these together. We do not want to glue these together until we get the film strips on. Okay, so we're just at this point getting this. Okay, not gonna lie, the film strip situation is going to be a little bit tedious, because you're going to have to do a lot of cutting to get the film to where we can bend it. Okay, so what you've done is you've die cut 4 gray film strips. Okay, they were pattern paper, so they probably have some variegated color to them, and it does not matter which ones that you're going to choose to use what. Okay, one of them is going to be used on the front of the card, and that one is going to get the "You Deserve a Standing Ovation, Lights, Camera, Celebrate." So we will end up just gluing that film strip over that white piece that has our greetings on it. Okay, so you can just set that whole thing aside. Okay, and then we've got film strips 1, 2, and 3. All right. I have given you in your handout, if you're a person that prints your handout, then you've got a little visual here if that helps you. Okay. On all 3 of these film strips, we are going to end up snipping at the base of the hole all the way across the film strip, top and bottom, okay? But it has to be from the bottom. So in other words, it's not going to be from the top and the bottom, it's going to be from the bottom on both. So let me tell you what I mean by that. So, and this is going to be all 3 film strips, okay? So our first step is going to be to take our scissors, and here from inside the film strip, we're going to hit, in the center of each hole, we're basically snipping it Now, center-ish, right? We just have to be able to bend that film strip. So we're going from the bottom here and we're snipping all the way around. I'm going to go all the way through and do every single hole. Then I'm going to go to the bottom and look, pay attention, y'all. I'm not here. I'm still from the bottom, okay? So the snipping of the holes is always from the bottom on both sets of holes because we're going to bend this only in one direction, okay? So it doesn't matter to me whether you start with the top holes or the bottom holes, but you're just going to go through and snip into the hole on each hole, okay? All the way down the film strips, all 3 film strips, okay? And then don't do any further than that unless you're really, really good at following the written directions, because I want to walk you through which verticals get cut, because it's different on each one. And this is another thing that's going to take us a little while. So you guys want to unmute and chat about TV or whatever else, we can certainly do that. So I'll tell you one thing about moving to Minnesota is I say this, but I've never really been much of a American football fan. My husband is really into Premier League football, like, you know, what we would call soccer. So he's a big Liverpool fan. So most of the weekends are spent watching those type of games. And so, but it is definitely Vikings country up here. People are kind of feel like, you know, like when I go to the gym, they're all talking about the game and guess I'm supposed to know who played and who's on the team and who won.
Are you ready for the winter that's coming?
I'm not ready for the winter. I am not ready for the winter. I got rid of about, I'm going to say maybe 70% of my clothes. I just don't go shopping. I work from home. You know what I mean? Especially since the pandemic, when we just really kind of stopped doing the in-person events, my wardrobe, I had stuff in my closet that I have been wearing for 20, 30 years, not even kidding. And I thought, well, this is a good chance to just get rid of all this old clothing. And some of it didn't fit me anymore. I've been kind of on a gym kick this last year and have lost some weight. And so I came up here with very few clothes anyway. And then what did fit me was just all Texas summer clothes. So I get all new stuff.
So you probably already said this. Why did you have to move?
I didn't have to move. We wanted to move. I have family up here. So my sister and brother-in-law live up here, and my mom and my stepdad live up here. And they've kind of been on a 15-year kick to try to get us to come join them. And both my husband and I work from home. So it was really more about our adult kids. They had just finished up. My daughter just graduated from college, and my son kind of finished a technical trade school thing he was doing. So it was just the timing was finally right, where it was like all 4 of us could come. So I decided to take the leap.
Karen, you can go out and get some gorgeous sweaters.
I know. I love the idea that it's almost sweater weather. But like my daughter, she's, you know, they're both trying to find jobs right now. My son is an IT person, and he's kind of going a different path. He has autism, and he qualifies for kind of like services and stuff, you know, with the state. So he's on a track of the state is kind of with disability services, sort of trying to assist with him getting employed, because he doesn't drive. So it's, you know, it's just a little bit more whatever. My daughter, she's just been kind of doing some networking and trying to find some work. She wants to be a data scientist. She works for me right now, but that's not what she wants to do. But like she was having a couple meetings this week, and she needed clothes too, you know. I mean, it's been just kind of a college kid, and I just didn't even know how to help her. Like, I don't even know what's fashionable. You know what I mean? Like, I just been so long since I've been shopping. I don't even know. I don't know what people wear. She's like texting me pictures from the dressing room, and I'm like, that looks good to me. I said, did you go on Pinterest and say, what do 20-something-year-old college graduates wear?
Karen, do you have a Nordstrom's near you?
I don't think here in Rochester we do. But up at the cities they would, in the cities, I'm sure they
How
do.
about
Because
Kohl's?
they have the best service. I know they're expensive, but they have the best service where you can go online and you can say, this is the type of clothes I'm looking for, this is the reason I'm looking for, and these are my sizes. And they match you with a designer, and the designer pulls anything they think you'll like. You have no commitment to buy anything. So my daughter went in because she was kind of in the same boat, going from virtual. And she went in saying, okay, I'm maybe going to buy one top and a pair of shoes, but I'm going to take pictures of all the styles and then go look on my own.
Nice.
It's an amazing service. So it might be an option for her, and it's fun.
I love that idea. I'm going to write that down.
Yeah, GPT works too. You can ask it.
I call him Chaz. I'm the worst. My brother-in-law can't have garlic or onions, and I was trying to make a dinner, and I was trying to season I don't remember what it was. Like I was trying to season a pot roast, but like not use garlic and onions or something like that. And I asked ChatGPT, and it just absolutely did. Would you like me to give you some? And it gave me like 4 different options. Use these spices and these spices, and I was like, that was really helpful, Chaz.
Does your collection have a sweater, like ugly Christmas sweater or sweater?
No, that's a cute idea.
Be fun because there's so many different. Because you already have so many fun Christmas styles that could go like on the front of the little sweater.
Right, that you could absolutely make one. I wonder if you just found I'm sure somebody's got a sweater dye, but I wonder if you combined, some of the stuff you already have and our little charms and stuff with
because that would be a lot.
Yeah, the little charm set that has the long sleeve could be made into a sweater easily.
Oh, I'll have to check that out.
Like for the paper people?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's so small. I was thinking that she was saying like a actual,
Oh, sorry.
Like where the
I was actually a larger, just a sweater.
Right, like where it's just the sweat. Oh, sorry.
And then like how
like
you
this
pop-ups that will just let it
right, and then you put your reindeer on it or whatever. Yeah,
it would be.
I don't can put on the list, but
there was one in Elizabeth Craft. They did.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say someone's got that. I know I've seen that before.
I know because they did the hat with the ear flaps was a separate one. The sweater was a separate one, and the mittens. All things that are going to become more familiar to you, Karen.
Yeah, I know, right? I have to use all that stuff. All right, when you have, and I don't know where y'all are at with your snipping, but what is important is that we keep the vertical attachment that we need for the side of the arch we're working on. So what do I mean by that? Okay, well, one of these that you've snipped, just set it aside along with this one. That's only going to be used to make those extra little bits that are going to go on the card lined up with the arch. Okay, so we're just going to set one aside. All right, then we've got one that's for this side and one that's for this side. Okay, for the one that's for the left arch, we have to keep this left vertical connected. Okay, but the other 4 we can snip just at the base. So if you look up here, I'll show you what I mean. So make sure that you're doing it at the base. So in other words, this is the snipped edge of your holes should be at the bottom, top and bottom, right? Okay, so you've got it oriented correctly where the side that you've snipped is from underneath. And then this is the left side. So I'm going to put my thumb right on that left one because I do not want to snip that one. And just here at the bottom, I'm going to snip just at the bottom of the other 4. Okay. So now I've got this. Makes sense? But that left one's still connected. Okay, that's my left one. On my right one, I need to hold the right side because the right side needs to stay connected and it's the bottom edge of the other 4. And again, make sure that your snipped edge is at the bottom that you haven't accidentally got it turned upside down. So right stays connected. The other 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, unconnect. Okay. What that's going to allow us to do on both of these is it's going to allow us to start curving the arch. So here's how you do it. Okay. I'm right-handed, so I'm going to find it easiest to work here from this left side. But I'm going to take the next hole, I'm going to hold the first hole, and I'm going to take the next bottom, and I'm going to go right over the top of the first one. So I'm just basically arching it, bending it. So each successive hole, I'm just lifting it and putting it over the first one. And you'll see it'll start to kind of spiral on you, like, just keep going. Just keep going. Just lifting up the next hole. See what it's doing? Just keep lifting up the next hole and bringing it over the one before. So we're just going to curl this film strip.
And you're only working it with the top?
And then I'm going to do the bottom. Yep. I'm doing the top first and then the bottom, but it wouldn't matter. We're going to do both sides.
Okay, I'm not getting actually what you're doing.
Okay, I'm going to get through this one and I'll start over on the bottom one and I'll show you.
I'm getting more of an accordion look. I'm not getting a round circle.
Well, you need to keep going on top. So we're not going back and forth and back and forth. We're going on top. So here, let me show you. All right, let me see how close I can get to this camera. All right, so now I'm going to do the bottom edge. Let's see if we can get that to focus. How close?
Pretty blurry. Pretty blurry.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Maybe then I need to get on something. Okay, that's not too bad. All right.
Better.
So if I hold this first hole, what I'm looking to do is bring the second hole over the top of the first one. See, I'm bending it so it's over the top. Then I hold that one, go to the next one, bend it so it's over the top. Go to the next one, bend it so it's over the top. Do you see what I'm seeing? See what oh, now it's blurry again. So each time I'm just lifting the next section up.
Like a fan.
Yeah, bending, but no, I'm not going back and forth and back and forth. I'm always just going up over the top. I'm not going back and forth. Like the next one lifts and goes clockwise, like lift, go clockwise. So just keep going. In other words, we're not accordion folding it, like meaning we're not going like.
No, I mean like a wooden fan. You know how they have little pieces of wood and they're all on top of each other, but when
oh, okay, then yes.
I say
slats.
a nautilus shell. A nautilus shell that one spiral goes onto the next.
Okay, who asked the question?
If you open it up again, or where are you starting?
Well, I'm on the left one, so I just started at the left.
And you're going on the back side?
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think it would. I'm going to get a brand new one here. Okay, so
pull forward. Pull forward.
Yeah, I find it easiest. I always start on the left because I'm right-handed. I mean, if you were left, you could go this way. But like, I'm going to hold the first hole, or in this case, the vertical. I'm going to take the next hole or the next. You know how okay, let's look at it this way. Since you cut it, each one is like a, what would we call that shape? It's like an upside down T, right? See that little shape that you essentially get from half hole to half hole? That little shape.
And you've got the holes at the bottom.
Yeah, so I'm just lift.
The cuts are at the
doing
bottom.
Rose hat.
And yes.
It's like when you're making a rose.
Oh, here.
Seashell, like a spiral.
I know, this is fun. We're figuring out what to call this. Let's make up something bigger.
Right over left.
Easier to see. Okay.
With each little T. Right over left.
Yeah. Each little T is going to its neighbor. I'm just going to make something bigger.
And how much you're overlapping.
And it's not that you're holding it, it's just that you're making it malleable, right, Karen?
Yeah. It doesn't matter because the arch is going to tell us how it goes. We're just trying to get it trained like to where it can curve. Okay, so here I made a bigger one. Okay, if I hold this hole, I'm lifting this one and bringing it over here, over the top. Then I'll lift the next one, bring it over the top. Lift the next one, bring it over the top. See what I'm saying? I mean, this is hard to do because I have so much attached at the top. Let's get rid of that. Okay, bring it over the top, bring it over the top, bring it over the top, bring it over the
Just wanna
top.
be careful
Just-
not to tear it.
yeah, try not to tear it. I mean, we could glue it back together if you had to, but this is just paper. So all we're basically trying to do is put the curve in it. So it doesn't, so you say how much over the top, doesn't matter, right? Because now what we'll end up doing once we have it curved, then when we go to glue it on the arch, we'll just bring it back out to match the curve. Does that make sense? We're just putting the curve in it.
Okay.
We're just putting the curve in it. So, and the easiest way for me, I think, to do that is just to hold, lift over the top, and keep going clockwise. Just, you know.
Just make it malleable.
Or make it malleable. That's another way to say it. Almost like you were stacking them in order from left to right. That's a good way to put it too. So we're just kind of stacking them up.
Who could come up with this idea?
Well, I knew I wanted to try and put the film strip on the arch, and the first thing I tried to do was only bend it like in each section, like and it just looked so square. You know what I mean? So I was like, nah, we got to get it to bend more. So that's why I thought about doing this, you know.
Karen,
Mm-hmm.
when we do the second piece, which way do we start from? The right side that has the solid line, or do we start at the left side?
If you're right-handed, I would just do the same thing you did on the first one. I would just start on the left, you know, because it is still going to bend that direction, you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So I would just do it from the left on both of them. If you're left-handed, you know, suppose you could try it from the right, but
Yeah, we're used to living in a right-handed world.
I know, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
We're 2 and 2 in this household, so my husband and my son are both left-handed.
Yeah.
I am not left-handed, which was the name of my blog that's about to go away, but that comes from The Princess Bride, so she's my very favorite movie. And when Inigo Montoya is fighting the man in black on top of the cliffs, he says, you know, I admitted that you are better than me. He says, but I know. And why are you smiling? Oh, because I know something you don't know. What's that? I am not left-handed. And then he throws his sword to his right hand, and the battle ensues.
We used to get together and watch that in college. Just
love that movie.
Binge on that one.
Love that movie.
So many great one-liners in that one.
Right?
When my son got married, you know, when they have that marriage ceremony kind of. Anyway, they said something and I get a name right at the head, but that way he got married.
Marriage.
They went to say it like that.
That is awesome. Oh my gosh, I wish I would have done that at my wedding. Marriage. That blessed event. Dweem with him, dweem. So treasure your love. Wove, I guess it would be wove.
Movie.
I
If
like
you haven't seen The
Bye Bye
Princess
Boys.
Bride, you should see The
One
Princess
of my
Bride.
favorite lines is "Bye bye, boys. Have fun storming the castle."
Yeah. Or like when he's like, if only we had a wheelbarrow. Like, where did we put that wheelbarrow from the albino? Why didn't you list that among our assets?
On the right hand, oh, I need to undo it. On the right hand side, are we cutting the right or the left of the up and down strips?
Oh, I would leave the right one connected.
The right one stays connected? Okay.
Yeah, so this is my right one here. So let's see if I can, I've got my kind of
Okay.
spiral going here, but see, and I only say that all of this is fixable if you snipped one that you didn't snip or whatever, because this whole thing is just gluing on top of that. But what I find is easiest, or what I found was easiest, is like on the right side, if the right stalk is still connected, then I can glue that down and then I can just bend this and then whatever's left over I trim off, you know? Whereas if it was the left one, I guess it wouldn't matter. I would just do it in opposite, you know? But you know what I'm saying? So I just found it was going to be easier to have the left one, have the left stalk still connected, and the right one have the right stalk still connected. And I know a lot of y'all are still bending arches, so I'm not here to rush you or anything like that. If you are an ink person and you think you want ink, like I did not ink mine until I already had it glued to these arches. And so what I gave up in that is that I wasn't able to add any ink to the verticals and I only have ink on the perimeter. But it was really easy to do because I already had it on the arch and I could just brush around the edges. If you think you want ink on your verticals, you'd have to do it now and, you know, before you glued it on. So I'm just giving you that as an option. If you think you want ink on all these verticals, you would want to take your black ink or gray or whatever you've decided to use and hit it. But I'm going to do it afterwards because I'm going to give up any ink on those verticals just to make my life easier. I like easy. If you have both your left and your right one done where it kind of looks like a weird, you know, like, oh, like those snake fireworks or whatever, you know, that come out. I was trying to think of something that looked like that. You can do your last one. So your last one, this one's only going to be used to do these two outer things. And so you actually can leave your left and your right connected. Your left and your right can stay connected on. This is on the third one, once you've got those two done. Then you can trim, well, what I would do? I would trim these two and then snip this one right up the middle because we're only trying to get that outside bit anyway. So now I've got a mini left one, and we can snip at the bottom of that too. So now I've got a mini left one and a mini right one. That makes sense? So I just made it out of the same one. So, you know, you can curl those as well. Okay.
Was that the one we put off to the side?
Yeah, you put two off to the side. You have one that was for your thing, and then you had one more. But yeah, that was the one. You snipped it though. You snipped your
okay.
Thing.
Thank you.
And so we're still going to curl it, but now you've got two little mini ones to curl. So,
and there's two. Where did you snip it in the middle to get two? Did you go
just right up the middle? So I mean,
okay,
like, see, I mean, look, this center stalk isn't going to be used at all anyway. So, you know, you want half of it with the connection on the left and half of it with the connection on the right, and then you're still going to curl them. But I mean, technically you could probably stop after you get past the vertical stalk because we're going to trim it after that. Does that make sense? Like, but I don't know, just curl the whole thing. It's easier. We'll just do our curling. Now, let me ask you this. Did you guys think that this was the way that we were going to do the film strip? Because someone said, like, because right after I put up the pictures of the class, I think I missed a snip. Somebody just posted the card on Peeps. Like, they just, like, looked at the pictures and made it. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. There you go. So I was like.
Not there.
Oh, not me.
I like that you don't hold us back, Karen.
Oh gosh, no.
But some of us need more help than others. Thank you.
Look, the whole idea is get those ideas out there and then, you know, people run with it. Oh, boy, I'm getting, oh, I see. So we still have not sold our house in Katy. We're doing an open house today and tomorrow. They've been doing lots of open houses on it. If you know anybody that's looking for a lovely 4-bedroom house in Katy, Texas, that's never flooded through all of those floods that we've had over the years. Harvey, all of it, never flooded. Wow. But anyway, I think there's an open house going on and my watch keeps dinging. So I think the realtor is giving us some kind of feedback.
Karen, I twisted 2 entire film strips and then I had to run out to go to the restroom real quick. So when I got back, you had cut one in half, and is that what you
Yes.
did?
Yeah. So for film
I'm
strip number
sorry.
3, what we did
Okay.
is we're basically making a mini left one and a mini right one
Okay.
by just cutting it up the middle.
And you
And then,
cut
you know,
that.
keeping the left on one and the right on the other. And
Okay, thank you.
little mini ones.
And it's the third one, not either of the 2 that you already did.
Right. Yeah, this is the third one. The third. Okay, if we get through this little bit of tedious spiraling, then then it's going to go pretty fast from here. And again, it's just paper. If it ripped somewhere or whatever, you'll just fix it when you glue it on. You know, you'll just patch it right back together again. It'll be How are we doing? Need additional curling time?
Yeah, I got about 1.5 done.
Okay. Okay.
I'm on the last, the bottom of the right hand one. I've done everything else.
Okay. All right.
That's where I am.
All right. A little more time.
Sore hands right now.
Yeah, I know.
It'll feel so
I
good.
suppose I did halfway wonder. I was like, what kind of tool could I have used for that? Could I have just bone folded it into a soft thing? But I didn't think with the paper. You know, I thought it would just rip the paper.
What about a
you've done
brayer?
cardstock, huh?
What about using a brayer on it? Would that have?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, I would definitely experiment with it. See if you can find and then post in the peeps if you find a better, quicker way to curl.
Maybe a tool you make flowers with?
Yeah, maybe.
Or the quilling.
Oh, right, a quilling tool.
Mhm. Done.
Done. All right, you all ready? Close?
I have 2 of them done. I got to do my 2
Two of
shorts.
them done. Gotta do your minis, gotta do your shorts.
I'm ready.
Ready. I'll tell you what, while you guys are waiting, you can certainly glue your final film strip, which does not need any snipping, right over the top of your lights, camera, standing ovation. So I think you can do glue just in the top runners, you know, on the inside edge, and then maybe the verticals should fit it on there.
Unless, of course, you cut it too close.
Well, does it matter? Could you just use
I'll
the
make
verticals?
it work.
Yeah, just use the verticals then. Like literally just use the verticals. Like who cares? It's just going to be flat on the front, right? We don't even use the outside, very much of the outside edges.
Thank you for doing all that thinking.
Right.
How many of these cards have you made before we get to the class?
Wait, say again. How many have I made?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, before class ever starts,
Right,
you've
before
done
class
some
ever starts.
prototypes that may have had a fail here or there, and then you revise and go back and you redo.
So yeah, on this one I did, and you're right though, I do make a prototype for class cards for sure, because my design pack, when it comes, I only have one sheet of each pattern paper that I'm using for the design, and then I have a second sheet for the prep work video. So I do not have any oopsies. So I have to make sure that I am ready to cut into that pattern paper, that I've made my prototype, that I know I like it and stuff like that. So I do prototypes. And there were a few extras on this one because, like I said, I was trying to figure out how to curl that film strip onto the arch and make it look the best. And at first I thought I could just do it with solids, and it didn't look right. So I did have to.
Well, and you do one with the prep class, and then.
Right. Yeah. So the one that I'm making now is the materials that I cut during prep work. But I mean, out of the real materials, I only make 2 cards. I make my original, and then I make the one on class day. And then the class day one goes to Carrie, because Carrie, Scrap and Savvy, is the one that provides the design materials. So Carrie sends me the design materials, and then in exchange, she gets the originals from class day for the store. And it is extremely helpful that Carrie does that, because she lines up those, like when I get a design pack, it's like, oh, she's already figured out the exact pink that matches this paper, the yellow that, it's, oh, I love that. That's personal concierge service on that. All right, we ready to glue these on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're working with our actual pop-up arch pieces now. So our left, yeah, she is, Tammy. She's great at picking paper. So our left one is the one, obviously, that has the tab on the left, bricks at the top. Nope, nothing here. So what you're going to do is you're going to use that vertical that's still connected on the left and start it right there at the fold line. And then you'll be able to just put a line of glue across the top of the arch and the bottom, and then just bend that all to fit. So if you want to just watch me do mine, just hang out and watch me do mine. Let's see, where's the best place to put the glue? I think I'll put the glue right here on the stitch marks on the left-hand side here. All right, there's my glue. I'm on the left pop-up arch, glue up next to the fold line right across the stitch marks. And then I'm going to center, meaning top to bottom center, that left one that's still connected. Okay, so now I've got my arch connected. And then what I can do, I did the top arch first. It wouldn't really matter. But I think the best is just to add your glue along, like kind of basically right along the stitch marks or between the stitch marks and the edge of the arch. Just give yourself a big old bunch of glue. And then just start at the left here and start unbending your arch or your film strip to fit the contour of the arch. Don't get hung up on perfect. Perfect is not important. Nobody's going to look that closely at it. It's going to give you the effect that you want. You're going to have overhang. See, you're going to have a bunch overhanging. Okay, don't worry about those verticals yet. Just let them end up where they end up. And like I said, if you go along if you kind of just use the stitch marks maybe as your lineup spot and just have your film strip go along the stitch marks, it's probably good. And then you're going to do the same on the bottom. So that put the adhesive right along the bottom and just start pushing that film strip, following that contour.
The film strip is wider than the arch. So we're just basically getting the bottom part of the film strip and
absolutely.
the inside top part.
Yeah, good question. The holes are going to be visible, the holes are going to hang off the edge, which is kind of cool, right? Because then it's like very, you may have a little bit of arch in your holes, but you're going to have a little bit of open holes on your film strip too. That'll be good.
And you're going to be hanging out.
You're going to be hanging out on that right-hand side. Yeah. And whatever is left over on the right-hand side, you can flip your arch over and just cut off the overhang so that it's even with the edge. That's why I was saying it was much better to do these separately, and then, we'll use that tapered tab when we get the other one put together, and it'll be easier. And what you're going to have is you're going to have 3 verticals that are, see, they're only pinned at the top, right? They're not pinned down at the bottom. Okay, if everyone looks up here, you can see what I mean. Once you get your arch or your film strip on, what you'll see is you've still got those 3 verticals that we snipped at the bottom. You can pin those back down, but I would only use adhesive at the very bottom to pin them back down so that we can tuck items underneath those, you know, verticals as we go. So what do I mean by that? I would just, wherever that thing lands, I'd put a little dot of glue just at the base there. Little visual up here if you need it. It's a little glue at the base there. Pop that vertical back down again, and then I can still tuck things underneath it. And then you can get your glue, or your ink out, your black, I used black soot ink, and just if you want to hit the edges around the perimeter. Optional, but you know. It's going to disguise, you know, a little bit of unevenness in your curvature if you do go ahead and take advantage of that ink, but don't have to.
Are we doing the right one too?
And now you're doing the right one the same way. Start on the right side now, you know, because that's where your solid one is. Gluey fingers, gluey fingers.
Yeah.
I had somebody ask me in a class one time, like, how do you keep your fingers from getting glue all over them? I'm like, oh, I don't. They're always, I rub it off all the time.
What kind of glue are you using in your little really thin bottle, thin tip?
My favorite is Line Co. So Line Co. neutral. Hang on, I'll grab a bottle. Oops. Now knock over my trash can in the process. It's this. Line Co. is the company. Neutral pH adhesive. I love it. It dries clear. It's strong. It holds up the pop-ups. It works wonderfully in the bottles. It is water soluble. So like if you had to, like if you felt it was too thick, if it gets cold, it can get a little thick. Like if it got frozen on the way to you or something. They don't even ship it in the winter. You can add a couple drops of water to thin it out, but it's just wonderful.
And it dries non-sticky.
Non-sticky and clear. So that's very good for me. And it rubs off your fingers too.
Thank you.
The other glue that we offer on our website now is Tanya's favorite. So Tanya, my business partner's favorite, she's a zip dry person. She absolutely loves zip dry, and she will extol the virtues of that. But zip dry can't really be used in the fine tip bottles. I mean, but it's very good for. It almost has like a rubber cement property to it, where you can like, you know, wipe it right off your project and stuff. It's a good glue as well. But it's a little stinky. Fumey, that's what I should say. Fumey. But yeah, Tanya loves zip dry glue. She's got all sorts of tips and tricks and stuff for it. And if you haven't ever taken one of Tanya's, they always seem to keep being lined up on the same day, but she does a little monthly kit. Well, it's mostly monthly. Sometimes there'll be like, you know, a month between, but called Tanya's Take, where she does kind of like an introduction to one of our pop-up dies by basically making a kit to make the card that's on the front of the packaging. and then she'll demo that live on like there's a Facebook group called the One of a Kind events that she does those through, but then they put it on the YouTube channel afterwards, so you don't have to be there in person. But it's a great way to get an introduction to a die. And the Tanya's Take part of it is that she'll make the card that you get with the kit, that you can make the card that's on the packaging of the dies, but then she'll do an amped up version that's kind of her take and show you some other ideas with it and stuff. So that's been very popular, Tanya's Take. And she's a different type of teacher than me. You'll like her. Her teaching style is different, but I'm way more technical. Like she's more fun. I'm more technical, but yeah. So you check those out sometimes. Tanya's Take kits.
Karen, her Tanya's Take is next weekend.
Oh, okay, yeah, this time, but I think in October it overlaps the class again. Most months it's been on the same day, which is fine because both of them are being recorded, so it's not like you can't do both. You can absolutely do both. It doesn't hurt my feelings any if you'd rather watch Tanya live and me on replay. It's fine. All right, and then a little ink on the edges there. Okay. And then your final one, where you've got the little half, you got lefty and righty here, and you've got one arch left. Just cut your arch up the middle-ish like this, so that you got one piece for the left side and one piece for the right side, because we're going to only end up using one panel of it anyway. You know what I mean? On each one. So that one's off of the arch. I mean, off, that's not part of the pop-up. That's just the stitched piece. So once again, I'll start on the left here. Put my left stalk on. If it's centered. So I did think this technique of bending the film strip over the arch might be kind of fun with photos. Maybe if you printed some little small photos.
Yeah, for like a wedding, you could put their wedding photos or whatever in there.
Love it. Graduation. Or even just like, let's see, you got 1, 2, 3. The middle one probably wouldn't work for a photo. 4, 5, so you got 6. So, well, 7, 8. I guess you got 8. So, like, I'm just thinking like a kid's, school photo for kindergarten, first grade, second grade,
Karen, the base that you're using there, is that extra one that we made?
Yes.
Okay. And we
the
just
extra stitched pink one.
And we just cut it in half?
Yeah, cut it up the middle. And then you can make a small right one and a small left one.
Okay, thank you.
We're only going to end up using the one panel of it anyway. I almost want to test it and see what happens if you hit it with a bone folder, you know? This one's already bent. Y'all getting close?
Done. Just trying to get glue off me.
Yeah, you glue it off your fingers.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens if we just did this? And maybe, y'all, maybe you could try it on your next card when you go to make this again. Those of you who are like, nope, too labor intensive, never going to try it. But you could cut the film strip and try hitting it with a bone folder into something soft and see if that
Curl it
gives
like
you
ribbon.
enough malleability to where you don't have to do the, you know, one step over, one step over, one step over thing. It might work. Of course, this one's already been bent, so maybe that's why it's working. Anyway, experimentation, experimentation. Getting close, getting close.
Well, I'm done. So I don't know about anybody else.
Done.
I'm done.
All right. Cool. All right. So for our little short lefty and righty here, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to cut next to the stalk to take off the other side so that we end up with one panel with stalks on both sides, right? So there's one. Okay. And then over here on the right one, again, just keep the verticals and you're going to end up with one stalk. And then those will end up swapping places in the card, right? Because this one's going to go on this side because they're going to curve outward. So the one that you created as a lefty is going to end up on the right side of the card, and the one that you created as a righty is going to end up on the left side of the card. But we'll do that after we get the arch in. So you're just making those two pieces. And they may not be identical. Mine are not identical. You can see that they're kind of different sizes. It just depends on how the curvature went and all that. It'll be fine. Then with our arch, we're going to go back to doing the exact same assembly that we did on the first one. So we're going to use that tapered tab to connect the right side to the left side. So that tapered tab is the one that looks like a trapezoid. Don't get confused by the one at the bottom that has the sharp corner. You want the one on the right side at the top. You can put your adhesive in that tapered tab and then use that to connect the two sides of the film strip together. Now you can, if you want to, which I didn't do on the first card, you can, you know, make sure those line up in the flat position by folding it backwards and seeing if they do. Or you can say, well, I'm more concerned about my film strip lining up. And I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna do that even if that means that they're not completely over the top of each other in that flat position. So either way works. Okay, I'm kind of assuming you have your two arches put together. So now we're going to do exactly what we did on the first card. We're going to put adhesive on the left foot tab. We're going to flip it over. We're going to put the corner of that foot tab right on our 2" / 1" mark, right? 2 inches from the center, 1 inch from the top, making sure that the top edge is horizontal. Okay, so the adhesive is going to go on that kind of canvas looking bit of that left hand tab. Oh yeah, I see in the comment section that the film strip thing was kind of fussy but worth it. Yeah, I agree. If we can find a faster way to do it, that'd be good. All right, so like this, I'm gonna flip it over, put that inside corner at that 2 inch mark. You know, it's all gonna blend together, so you're gonna have to just look at it to see if you think the top edge is, you know, straight with the edge of the card.
The chicken wire helps.
That's true. The chicken wire should help. You're right. I don't know if mine's going. I don't know how straight mine is. Well, we'll find out. Then you bend it in the center. That will bring the other tab over the top-ish, right, of your first one, because maybe you eschewed the perfect lineup so that you could have a good lineup with your film strip instead. And then you're going to add your adhesive all over that pink canvas side of that tab, and you're going to close the card against that tab and pick it up. Let's give it a good press. There's your pop-up film strip. I guess it doesn't matter which side it goes on. Just come to think of it, I guess it doesn't have to be right on the right and left on the left. It can, because you can curve it, you can turn it around, right? So you can decide which side you think these line up with better. But we're going to glue the little shorty ones are going to just glue to the card, lined up with the base of the film strip. And I had them kicked outward. Now, I mean, I'm not the boss of you. If you think they look better kicked inwards, you know what I mean? Where the curvature keeps going this way, do as you please. You're going to glue those down. Woohoo! Smooth sailing from here, y'all. Smooth sailing. Hey, let's talk about movie night charms. So movie night charms, well, you've already used the film strip. I think what we should do is just go ahead and assemble our charms, everything that we're going to use, even if it's for the front of the card, and then we'll just have it ready to go. We didn't use movie night. We did make tickets. We've got a couple of film reels, a clapper, and our popcorn bucket. All right, so starting with the clapper. You've got your clapper that's pink that we stenciled through the die during prep work. And then you've got your clapper overlay that was cut with the black cardstock with packing tape over the top so that it would be shiny, okay? So you'll want your adhesive on the back of the black so that you can avoid all the holes. You glue that on. And of course, it would be fun if you were personalizing the card to actually, you know, put a name in there or the name of the film or the date or, you know, some personalization. You could, the date of their birthday maybe. So if you are new to the brand, you're getting started with the brand, we make a lot of charms. So charms, they're called charms if they have that little charm hole attached to them. And the point of that is that there may be times we do pop-ups that you want to dangle these little embellishments off of a pop-up. And so we do a lot of die sets that are called charms. They're double duty though, because you don't have to keep the little charm hole. And if you're just planning on using it as a standalone embellishment, then a pair of scissors is all you need to remove that charm hole. And we are not using our charms today as charms. We're going to glue them down as embellishments. So in each case, you won't need the charm hole. So there's our finished clapper. And I decorated it with a couple of stars. So if you want to grab your stars, now I can't remember. I think I did. Yeah. I remember while I was doing prep work, I realized these should be on DSA. So I changed the double-sided adhesive. So I changed the handout and had you cut one star that was loose because this one star up here can't be a sticker because it hangs off the edge, but the other ones all stick down. So they're fine. So what you may want to do with your stars is do all your inking at one time. I used vintage photo, and I also had you bring I told you to bring like a yellow, like I have wild honey here. I did that for the popcorn, but for the stars, I just kind of liked the look of the darker, the brown ink on the corners for me personally. And again, so since these are stickers, what I will probably do is just put them on my nonstick sheet so that I can ink them all kind of like this. Where's my vintage photo? Okay, just hit around the edges. Oop, got a little dark on that one. That one's a brown star. And then I'm just going to hit the edges of that plain star too. Then you also have some loose stars that are cut out of the leftover yellow flowers that were in the paper, and I just had you cut some stars so that it wouldn't all be the same. And those are the ones that I use like on the greeting here and on the front here. But the ones that I used on the arch were actually just the plain yellow ones that we made into stickers. So here on my clapper, I used a medium star and a small star on the clapper somewhere. And it does look like I hit the edges of the pink with a little black ink. Optional if you like that. Then you have two film reel charms. Again, we're not going to use them as charms, so you will be able to cut the charm holes off of those silver ones. Becky texted me a picture last night that after she had done her prep work, all those little silver pieces that fell out, she's like, oh my gosh, these are going to be great, to use. So, I think we maybe talked about that during prep work a little bit, but like this is a good one to remember when you need some good size flower centers or circles for something. All right, so on your silver piece, I would put the adhesive on the silver piece back behind there, like around the center hole, and then you're going to put the black film piece in, and then just have your tail of your film come out. I usually have it come out to the right down here somewhere, but I suppose it doesn't really matter where you put it. Well, plus it's a circle, so I guess it really doesn't matter because you can just rotate it. So there you go. Oops, mine moved. Do not need the charm. Oh, shoot. Oh, I'm gonna. Okay, and then the tickets, those we didn't do anything except for just put double-sided adhesive on the back of the silver and cut them. So the ticket symbol or word should show up a little easier on that. Okay. All right, let's start decorating this arch. I think we have all the pieces that we need now. Decorate the arch. Okay, if you want it to match mine, it does not have to match mine. If you want it to match mine, in panel 2 of the left side of the pop-up arch, I tucked the edge of the clapper under the vertical and then just had it come up at some fun angle. And then I also put a ticket tucked under that same vertical, but attached down here in section number 1. And that one's a sticker, so that one will just go down, whereas this one needs a little glue. Okay, I'll show that close to the camera. Make your own creative choices, does not have to match mine. If you are making a creative choice, just check that it stays in the card. Check the location of this one. Okay, yeah, this, when you put the film reel on, you're going to get real close to the edge of the card. Let me show you. So when you put this film reel on, and I tucked it just a little bit under the vertical and then had a bunch of it hanging off, you know, out into the air. So it's only attached on this left side of the fold. But this film is going to come real close to the edge of the card. So you may have to be willing to move that, rotate that a little bit to make it fit. So you might try just a little tape runner or something to test the location first. And I'll tuck that under. Check it. Mine's out. See? So that means I need to probably go, which way do I need to go? Maybe this way? No, I think I made it worse. Maybe I need to tuck further in. Yes, that's what I needed to do. So I needed to tuck further in this way to keep that in the card. Okay. And once you find a location on that film reel that will work, you can make that permanent with a little glue, but you don't want to, you only want to glue it to one side of the arch or the other. So I made a whole ticket conglomeration over here on the right-hand side. So I took two of my pink tickets, glued them to each other, kind of fanned them out a little bit like this. Okay, I tucked those under the, oh gosh, get under there. Make it really tight. Okay, there we go. I tucked the edges under that vertical there, and then just had it, yeah, come out like this. Adhesive behind there. And then another silver ticket tucked in up here. My one non-sticker star, the one that does not have double-sided adhesive, is the one that I used up here next to the film reel, so that a portion of it was extended up above the arch. And the other ones that are stickers, I just sprinkled them now. So Let's see, this one, this one, this one, this one. Oh, I have a whole other thing of stars. I think I overcounted on this one, I think. You've got all the little pattern paper stars. Those ones don't have adhesive on them, so gluing those down. Missing one. Okay. It's easy to do. It is. Follow my own advice. Students say I'm missing that piece. I was like, check your baggie. All right. So once you have your arch done, then for a greeting, unless you're changing it out, you've got a pre-stamped or printed happy birthday with a double stitch label that came out of our triple platform pop-up. I did the wild honey and the vintage photo on this one. So I hit the edge with the wild honey first. Kind of let it extend a little bit further in than I normally would, I suppose. And then I hit that very edge with the vintage photo. To this one, I attached some of those pattern paper stars. If you want to hit the edges, certainly can. Big star. Oh, that's another big one. I'm going to do a little one. This, and then that goes over here, wherever you want it to go. Wherever you want it to go. It's a place to sign the card. Ta-da! It could be too, you were talking about like sort of the effort of doing the film strip, but look at all of this business that you just got with pattern paper. So that's what I would say too, is like, if you're going to do a more detailed effect with your dies or something like that, I mean, geez, just let the pattern paper do the work of the decorating the lower half,
So very cute.
Yeah. All right, we can build, and we want to build the whole front of the card by making our frame. So this is obviously not the right size. I mentioned during prep work that you could take your trimmer to cut the white off the outside, but I kind of feel like it is a rustic frame and we're going to ink the edges anyway. So I don't see any reason why you couldn't just use your scissors to get rid of the white that's outside the frame. So I would start with that. Start by cutting away all the white that's on the outside of the frame.
Karen, I had a small glue issue, so if we could I don't want to hold the group up, but maybe like 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, no worries. No worries at all.
I wasn't being patient and had to start over.
I mean, samesies. Goodness for dry as clear glue. And for, thank goodness for a design like this where you could always just add another star. That's the thing. You get a glue goober star. So I like Halloween cards because like, oh, you got a fingerprint, bat, spider. Okay, that's good because I need to find the measurements of that front thing anyway. All right, 4.5 by 5 3/4. Okay, 4.5 by 5 3/4. Where's my ruler? Oh, and if while we're waiting too, if so you want your ruler and your pencil so that we can mark the thing. And then if you've got maybe just some kind of, oh no, that's not good, score tape or some kind of double-sided tape where we could just hold the corners of that frame together until we get the paper behind it. That would be good. So just any kind, it doesn't matter the size or the brand or anything like that, just some kind of double-sided tape. It'd be good. Okay, we ready for frame, folks?
I'm back caught up, but I don't know about
Awesome.
others.
Okay, I don't think this is a square frame, so I don't think it even matters which one you decide to use as your upper left. I guess I'm going to use the one I did before, which is the lighter corner. You know, this one's the darker corner. I use the lighter corner as my upper left. We want to measure 4.5 inches on the width. So we'll just give ourselves a pencil line. We can erase it. So give yourself a good pencil line so you can see where 4.5 inches it is. Okay. And then on the length of the frame, we're going to do 5 3/4. So 5.75. So that's going to be down here somewhere. Okay. Got to make it fit on the card. There's my line down there. And the way we're going to get into this frame, let me give you a second to make that measurement. Sorry, 5 3/4 and by 4.5.
What was the second measurement? I'm sorry, 4.5. And what was the second one?
4.5 and 5 3/4. So 5.75 and 4.
Yeah, where's the 5 3/4 go?
On the long side. So
Okay.
it'll end up down here.
Okay, thank you.
Pretty much close to that blob right there. And your 4.5 will be out here in this no man's land area. Okay, now the way we're going to get into that frame, because the first thing we need to do is gut it. But boy, it would be nice to keep this nice gingham square. You know, you could use it as a square, or you could die cut it or whatever. Because we're going to cut on this mitered edge right here. You know, cut on that diagonal. Get ourselves into that square. Okay, and then we can go ahead and gut it. Remember, we're going to ink the edges of this frame, so I'm not worried at all about the fact that I'm not the most, you know, perfectly straight cutter. It's a rustic frame, so it will be fine.
Excuse me, what was the size again of the frame?
4.5 on the width. 4.5 is where you're measuring from this corner over here. 4.5, 5 3/4. That line's 5 3/4 from the top. So this upper left corner is your measure spot. 4.5, 5 3/4. And then just come in out of mitered corner there in the bottom left, and then just gut it. And then we're going to cut the opposite corner as well. Okay, so we're going to go right on that diagonal on the opposite corner, so upper right here. And now we've got 2 pieces. Okay, so what we can do is we can use those 2 pieces, see, to, you know, make the rest of our frame. And all we have to do is miter the one that's on top. Okay, so if you want to get fancy, you could have this one go on top and this one go on the bottom, right? But it doesn't really matter. It's just that we need to hold that thing together, okay, while we cut from here to here, if that makes sense. So here's what you can do. I think the easiest lay, I'm just gonna lay it on top. Okay, so I'm gonna put that corner of my thing to my pencil line over here and the bottom to this pencil line over here. Okay. All right, now let's see. You know what, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to give myself a line right here, and I'm going to give myself a line right here. I'm just going to give myself a mark where the, you know, where this corner is and where this inside corner is. I'm going to do the same over here. Give myself a line here and here. Okay. Then I can just take it off of there and cut that with scissors. So now I can just cut from miter to, or from pencil line to pencil line. This one. So that's this one. And then this one, right, so I'm gonna cut it this way. Make sure you cut it the right way. It'll be the same as the one on the end. You're just moving it in, if that makes sense. Okay. Okay, then you'll have your mitered frame. I guess we really didn't need tape. Because we're gonna glue those down. So my bad, you didn't need tape. I don't know what I was thinking. Hope that made sense to everybody. So yeah, you ended up taking this much off of this one and this much off of this one so that it'll go right on there. And then of course it's the upper triangle that's going to overlap the first one that can get the adhesive. So here and
The outer edges of this frame measure what?
4.5 by 5 3/4.
Thank you.
Yep. And you can check and see if it fits on your card. That would be your best, you know. Once you get to this point where you've glued this new mitered corner over here and you've glued this new mitered corner over here, then obviously you can take your scissors and trim off the excess that sticks beyond the frame. So that would be up.
Can you repeat again how you mitered that corner?
I just used the, when I laid it on top, I just marked the outside corner and the inside corner. Let's put it back together again. Okay, so I have this laying over the top of that, right? I hadn't glued it together yet. I just laid it over the top, okay? Then I can mark this corner and this corner on this upper one. Then I just take it up, cut from pencil line to pencil line. Does that make sense? Kind of? I need to do a new one. I think it's, yeah, it's fine. Good. Okay, we'll just make a new one. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we cut and we gut. Okay, with me so far. We did a cut and gut, right?
Okay.
Then we mitered on this corner. So now we got 2 pieces that we can overlap to make a smaller frame. You with me so far?
Okay.
For yours, that was 4.5 by 5 1/4 or 5 3/4. Okay. So then before you glue them down, because we want to miter these ones that are on the top, we want them to have this same, you know, mitered look, but way down here. So what you can do is you can hold it in place. You had a pencil line. You had a pencil line here for 4.5, and you had a pencil line down here for 5 3/4, right? So then you lay this one over the top so that the bottom of this is on your 5 3/4 line, and the right edge over here is on your 4.5 line. So now you've got the frame set in the right location. Okay, and all we need to do is we need to just cut from this inside corner to that outside corner on that top piece. So I just marked it on both sides, but you could certainly draw the whole way and then erase it if you needed to. So that's what I did is I drew my new miter corner. Then I picked this up and now I know exactly where to cut. That make sense? Yes, no?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Got it? Okay. So
Thank
then I
you.
would cut. Yeah, no worries. Then I would cut here, cut here. I just got a triangle of overlap area that can get glue, right? I glue here, I glue here, cut here, cut here. And then it's my new shortened frame. And I hit the edges with my brown ink, and you could do that inside and out so that you can disguise any, like if you still had a little gingham showing, you know, on the inside, or you had a jagged cut somewhere. And actually, before you carry on with actually filling this frame with the stuff that's going to be filled, check that it fits the front of your card so that you know what I mean? If it fits on there and you got a nice little border, whatever, you're good. Even if it's not the exact measurements mine was, as long as it fits on the front of your card, you're fine. But I would check that before you start filling it. Because you can still move it. You could peel that up carefully and move it in. It would be hard to move it out, but you could probably move it out a little bit. All right, so let's talk about filling this frame. Is everyone good with getting their frame?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, well, we're just going to hang out for a second then. Popcorn pieces. Oh, I think Tina and Marcia are probably already gone, but I see that you said goodbye in the chat. So if you're still here, a great rest of your day. You may want, while we're waiting for people to finish their frames, you may want a little black ink on the edges of your film strip one too, especially if you'd use the lightest gray one as this one, you know, you may want to hit the edges there. All right, how are we for having a frame? Anyone need more time or getting close?
Appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Meaning you're done or need
Yep,
more patience?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah,
Ready
no
to
worries.
roll.
Okay, ready to roll. All right, so the order you put this together, I mean, honestly, it doesn't even have to match mine, but I'll show you the order I did it. So I started by floating my greeting at some kind of cool angle behind there, you know? So I figured out what kind of angle, about halfway up the frame-ish. Yeah, about halfway up. That's some kind of fun angle, okay? And then I just went in, threw some glue where it was gonna touch the frame. Glue where it's gonna touch the frame. Okay, and I started with that. And then obviously trimming whatever stuck out. Okay, then I went to this last ticket and I floated it in this area down here. Okay, so I just attached it, you know, to the, it's gonna all stick against paper anyway. I just found it if I did it in this order, it was easier. So if you want to be able to read all of admit one, you know, have it be out at some kind of fun angle where you can read the whole thing. But you just need a little glue to just tack that to the back of the frame. Or you can tack it to the back of the film strip, or both, doesn't matter, but it's going to glue to paper, so it doesn't, you know, you're just trying to hold it on there. Then I backed this lower half with this gray piece of paper. Okay. Now, depending on how far up you put your film strip, you know, you may have to trim a little bit of it off. You want the top edge not to extend past your film strip because that's going to switch to bricks. Okay. But you're just going to glue your gray paper now behind the lower half of your scene. So. And then up at the top, you're going to fill in with bricks, but you do want to kind of tuck your film reel kind of a little bit behind the film strip as you do. So maybe the best thing to do when you put your bricks on is just don't use adhesive here so that you can tuck the film reel in. So just use your adhesive around the perimeter of the frame. So like this, this, and this. Remember, this is all going to glue down to the front of the card. So we're just trying to tack everything down while we're building our scene. So you decide what sections of brick you want to see, or, you know, which way it goes. And like I said, I tucked the film reel behind the film strip and glued it to the bricks. And then we have one charm that we haven't assembled yet, and that's our popcorn bucket. So you need 3 pieces for the bucket itself, and then you've got your individual popcorns out here that are yellow. Let me make sure everyone's caught up here before we do this popcorn bucket.
Karen?
Yes.
I'm done with my card, but I have one question. I've got to head out to the gym. I stepped away for a minute to go to the bathroom. The clapper, I don't understand where you got those black lines from. Did you draw them in, or?
During prep work, you use the die as a stencil. So
oh, I missed
the die
that.
has a stencil built in.
Mine does too. I remember that now that you say it. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. I'll finish that part later. I love the cards. They're great.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you. See you next week.
Did I not put in prep that you guys were supposed to stencil it? I'm so sorry if I did.
No, you did. I remember reading it. I just forgot to do it.
I gotcha. Okay, no worries. Oh yeah, stencil the lines with the black pen before removing the paper from the die.
Yeah,
I
it's
have
in
to
there.
be, you know, like I do have to make sure that I write the instructions for people that don't watch the prep work videos. So that's why I was wondering if I missed it, because sometimes you know, I'm like, oh well, they're watching the prep work video, and I'll show them then. But like, not everybody watches it. The overlay, yeah. The overlay for the popcorn bucket is the striped piece that's the pink canvas, and it's just going to glue over the top of the gray popcorn bucket. And then you've got, if you want healthy popcorn, you can leave your popcorn healthy and glue it on top. Or if you want to hit it with a little bit of butter first, you can do that. In any case, if you're not using it as a charm, which we're not, I would go ahead and take the charm hole off before adding your popcorn so that you don't have to try to work around your popcorn as you do it. And this, the movie night charms really does build on the popcorn from the last release, where we've got the popcorn die with the popcorn phrases, and you know, now you've got a little small popcorn bucket to go with that big one. Make it so. Yeah, like I said, if you want a little butter on your popcorn, I just use your yellow and you can hit a little bit, because you're going to have buttered popcorn on top with the individual pieces. But if you want a little squirt or two on your all together popcorn, do that. And that glues on top. Oops. Okay. And then what I might suggest is just go ahead and glue your popcorn bucket to your card, and then the individual popcorns are stickers, so we can just start adding stickers and stars to finish it out. So just gonna go right here. And then individual popcorns, you can either line them up with the lines that are in the pre-cut popcorn, or you can use them to add additional volume. So they can either be just a layer, you know, of that kind of matches the shapes in the pre-cut, or they can be on their own. And I kept one for down below. I'm going to space those out a little bit better. I'm going to put this one over here, one here.
What's that bottom?
And then you just have some stars, and we're done. I mean, how many stars is too many stars? Hopefully, we did not reach that limit. When your card front is done, it glues to the front of your card. Again, I'm going to give you that caution. Make sure you're on the front of your card. Glue that on.
Karen, this is an awesome card. My great nephew turned 16 in a couple of months, and I'm going to slip a movie card in here. A gift card.
Great idea. It's a great idea. Actually, a room too to put a little pocket somewhere. I didn't even think about that. Or would it be fun to have the gift card actually attached to the pop-up? What if you made a sleeve for the gift card, like, you know what I mean? What if you made a sleeve like this that was just tight enough to hold a gift card, and then you glued it, you know, to the back of the arch and stuck the gift card in?
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
If it had room for it, you'd have to play with that. That would be fun.
Thank you for a great class, as always.
Thank you very much. Before you guys steal out of here, those of you who are leaving right away, if you want to see what dies we're using for November, I haven't designed it yet. That's like a tomorrow thing. Take it one day at a time. But it's going to be favorite dies. This really small. Okay, I'll get the stuff while you guys are finishing that up. Oh, I guess I should show you October too. Sorry, October we announced already. The stores are already taking their orders for their October kits. Our kits, those of you who buy from us, our kits, we don't put our, we're not as fast as the stores. we put our kits up when they're ready to ship, and we don't do a pre-sale kind of thing. So if you definitely want to secure your, you know, your October kit, because that graphic 45 paper, like I said, it's I don't even think they're going to reprint it again. You know, the stores are ready and we're not. But anyway, we will eventually have a limited number of kits up on our website as well. So for October, these are favorite dies. We are using the, shoot, I don't have that graphic printed out, but we're using the charm accordion. The charm accordion is the main die we're using for October. And we'll make 2 different cards with it. So this first one's going to be a staggered accordion. One of the other required dies is the witch and cauldron, and the skeleton and bat, and then the tree. And the skeleton and bat and the tree are going to be used in the second card. So whenever we use an accordion die in a class, I like to do a card assembly for the second card. And we hadn't done the charm accordion as a card assembly, so that was fun to get a chance to do it. So the second card will be a card assembly. So I always say with these card assemblies on the accordions, man, make it the way it is in class. Obviously, this is a Halloween version, but then, boy, what a great generic, you know, scenery situation. Can you imagine that would immediately translate into a cool fall card, right? You could still put your tree here, just instead of eyeballs in the tree, you'll just use the leaves, you know, that come in the tree. But all sorts of fun things here. And because we essentially have 2 pop-ups, because we have the tree, we're able to use the mechanism from the tree mixed in with the charm accordion so that we get all sorts of layers. I mean, look here, we've got a greeting that's just like hanging in the window. And then we've used that really cool paper so you can see tombstones in the background. So yeah, I got a text from a friend that said, oh my gosh, I love the October cards, especially card 1. She's talking about this one. And I'm like, oh, for me, it's card 2, because I love this assembly of the charm accordion. But yeah, that's going to be a fun one. So that will be a virtual class, which means it's pre-recorded. So instead of the Zoom on today's date, it'll be pre-recorded. But other than that, it's the same. So your prep work will come out on, I think, the 8th-ish. That's the same day as the designer challenge. So, you know, sometimes I need 1 extra day when that happens, but I'll try.
Are those sentiments a stamp set?
I'm going to talk about that on October the 1st.
Okay.
So on that one, you need the charm accordion, the witch in the cauldron, the skeleton, bat, and tree. Is there another one?
Nope. The 4 dice for that one are the, I didn't print that graphic out, but it'll be on all the stores. You can go on this, or you can go on our website, KarenBurniston.com, go to the events tab and just scroll past today's class, and you'll see all the information for October.
Okay.
That's not the right graphic. So it is the tree pop-up, the charm accordion, the skeleton and bat, and the witch and cauldron. Okay. And there is no additional, you know, there's no foundation die, you just need those 4 dies.
Okay.
And the greetings will be pre-done like we do.
How do you, I'm
what's
sorry.
that?
I was going to ask, how do you access this recording later?
This Zoom recording?
Yes.
Okay, so here's what's going to happen. So the, and this is good, especially for the people in the room, because, really for the other people too, but they won't hear me say this until they find the recording, so it's a little moot. I put the link for this recording in the prep work video description box. So I do that, like, I'll try and do that tonight. So what happens is, like, the recording has to go to Carrie, then Carrie has to send it to me, then I have to download it, then I have to edit it, then I have to upload it. So, you know, I don't guarantee that I'm going to get that up tonight, but usually sometime tonight I'll have that up, and I'll put the link in the description box of the prep work video, and you can get back to your prep work video from your handouts, right? Because you've got the little QR code to scan, or you can just type it in. And it does say right here, the Zoom class recording, check the description box of the prep work video after today.
Okay.
Now, you will also get emailed to you, but
great.
I will email that, but I'm not going to guarantee you that you're going to get that email before Monday, because I'm going to email that link to the stores, but a lot of the stores don't, you know, they're not open on Sunday. They've just, their whole Saturday was, you know, whatever. So they're going to send that stuff out on Monday. So sometimes people want to do their projects on Sunday. So if so, then your best bet is to go back to the prep work video, because I'll link it as soon as it's up. I'll link it.
Yeah, I just lost a couple steps in the balloon arch. And
okay. Well, you know, that one you may be able to just go to the assembly video for the balloon arch and see if you know, can get it. But yes, so the recording, but it won't be immediate, because like I said, there's all these steps, but I'll try and get it up tonight.
Thank you.
At worst, it'll be in the morning, but it'll be up early if it's in the morning. Okay, so on November, I haven't designed it yet, but what I did pick the dies and we're going to do a light up card. So I had been waiting to hear from Pear Blossom Press whether or not they had enough of these lights for all the stores. They do. So we're going to be, you only get one. You're not going to get a 2-pack because it'll be more expensive that way, but we're going to do a twinkle light in our card. And the dies that we're going to use, it is going to be a Christmas class. We're going to use our sleigh pop-up. We're going to use our circle charm pop-up. We're going to use the holiday charms and the gnome and Santa. I am really excited about the sleigh and Santa combination because, of course, that Santa came out years after that sleigh. So the chance to use those together is going to be fun. We're using photoplay papers in November. So
Hold on.
this is their Christmas junk album. So here's one of the cards, special delivery, Merry Christmas. Got all these little postmarks in the back. This one. Got some "O Come All You Faithful," which is, I mean, one of the best on your Christmas hymns. Oh, but it's got my favorite. Sorry, "O Come, Emmanuel" always wins over "O Come All You Faithful." Love "O Come." And then on the back of that one is this. Yeah. Then we've got the poinsettia paper.
Those are such beautiful papers.
I know, they're gorgeous. They're already on a reprint as well, the photoplay. So. And this one has the tag, so I'll figure out some. I don't know which ones are going to be on which card. I don't know yet until I get into it. But those are the papers that I'm using.
What are the names of those papers?
These papers, we have poinsettia. I don't know. Do you say poinsettia or do you say poinsettia? Anyway, poinsettia. Unwrap the Magic. Christmas Time, and Reindeer Mail. Those are the 4.
Thank you.
Can you do the dies again? I can't write as fast as you
I know. Sorry, I can't even read my own thing. Okay, sleigh pop-up is 1021. Circle charm pop-up, I'm pretty sure is 1046. Holiday charms looks like a 1143. And gnome and Santa is 1129. And I should have went and actually pulled those dies, the package dies, out of the other room, but I forgot to do it. So
one more time, please. I just got a pencil.
Okay, sleigh pop-up is 1021 sleigh pop-up. 1046 circle charm pop-up. 1143 holiday charms. 1129 gnome and Santa.
Thank you.
So when we do these favorite dies, a lot of y'all have some or all of these dies. So then you do have your option to get your paper kit. Now I will say, because it's a light up card, our paper kits are usually 30. They're going to be 39 this time because, got a light. So they're going to be a little bit more expensive. But then you also have the option to do the whole thing that has the 4 dies and the light and the paper kit. So check with your stores, whoever you usually buy from. Oh, and I'm going to tell you this right now. Those of you who are in the room and you usually buy from us on our website, we are not kidding November. So November, you have to go to the stores. That's going to be a store exclusive on November. But we will kit October, but we're not kidding November. So.
October, right, what's the date on that on October?
Okay, October is a virtual, so that means it just debuts at a certain time. And so that's going to be October 18th. So remember, that's pre-recorded, so you don't really have to be there then, but that's when the premiere is. And then your November class is going to be a Zoom again. So just like today, that will be November 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but they will be recorded. So yes, I hope to get the stores their kitting instructions for November, first part of this week. Yeah. Yep, that's the goal. That's the goal, y'all.
What brand of paper was it?
Photoplay in November and Graphic 45 in October.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, y'all. How'd we do? 3:30. Well, we've done worse. I'm always hoping to get out of here, we'll get you out of here, not too all your whole entire day gone, but we had fun though. Don't we have fun?
Oh, yeah.
Always fun.
Yes.
Okay, I think we can probably stop the recording because it always scares the people that are in the replay when the recordings are like